Hi everybody, welcome to CARE. CARE stands for the Center for Animal Research and Education, and we are a nonprofit facility that takes care of over 50 animals. We decided to start a virtual tour for you guys. So hello, my name is Jamie and I'm going to be your tour guide. So before we even get started with the tour, first I want to say I apologize that it is so windy today. I hope that doesn't affect the sound quality too much. But I also want to tell you a little bit about CARE. So CARE was founded in 2003 as a nonprofit, and our mission really is to give a safe, loving, permanent home to exotic animals in need. We have a lot of animals here. We're going to tell you about their backgrounds and their personalities because they all are really unique and really wonderful. So let's go ahead and get started. So we are now within the gates of the facility, and we're gonna start out with a really, really special girl. Hi, sweetheart. Hi, sweetheart. Oh my gosh! Who's excited? Hi! So this is Noelle. Noelle is an African lioness. She is a big old goof. You got your back, Pete? So just a little bit about how we talk here. First of all the cats really respond to a very high-pitched voice. So we do a lot of baby talk. It's not because we sound cool, it's because they actually respond to it more. And we have certain names for things. For instance, the cat's feet or paws, we call them Pete's. It's like if you mixed paws and feet together, you would get Pete's. Noelle! Noelle! Get your Pete! Get your Pete! So Noelle, like I mentioned, she's an African lioness. We've had Noelle here since she was itty bitty, and unfortunately Noelle was an only child. So lions are really the only big cats, really the only cats that are really family oriented. They typically live in prides, which are big groups of lions, and so they have a need for social interaction. Because Noelle, where'd you go? Because Noelle was an only child, she didn't get social interaction with other lions. So when she was growing up, she spent a lot of time with one of the dogs here at CARE and a lot of time with people. We had to give her that interaction so that she would be happy. And as she got older, of course, the interaction had to change. We couldn't be around her in the same way because if you notice, she is in an enclosure with fence. We do not go in with adult cats here. We just, as much as we love them and as cute as she's being right now, she is still a very big girl and very powerful and could really hurt us. So we don't do that, but we do give her plenty of attention from the other side of the fence. And she loves it. She's really people-oriented because that's what she grew up with. She grew up around people. We played with her and loved on her, and we are good things to her. But she is very playful. Little known fact about lions, particularly female lions, they love to play soccer. They are excellent soccer players. You gonna run? You gonna run? What are you gonna do? So Noelle, usually when she wakes up in the morning, she goes out and finds one of her balls and she kicks it around her enclosure for her morning exercise. Yeah. And I don't know, Noe! If you guys can hear that sound that she's making, it kind of sounds like she's growling. So big cats communicate in a lot of different ways, and some of the ways that they communicate is vocalization. They make sounds. And one of the sounds that they make can be a growl. Now, there's bad growls and there's good growls. Bad growls, usually they have their ears back in a kind of aggressive posture, maybe snarling, hissing too. That means they are angry or scared. But there's also good growls for lions. And that sound that she's making right now, Noe! That is a good growl. That's her way of vocalizing with me, telling me that she's happy, she's excited, she's feeling playful. She really wants me to just run back and forth along the fence with her. Because that's what she does. But she is amazing, amazing. So typically in the wild, like I said, lions would live in family groups, and Noelle would have a bunch of other female lions that she would be close to, and they would hunt together. And lions are really amazing hunters because they work as a team. They work as a group to hunt really large prey. And as much as Noelle loves people, as much as she's been around people, as affectionate as she can be, she's still a lion. And believe it or not, she still has that instinct to hunt, because that's what they have to do to survive. They have to hunt other animals in order to eat. So it is just really a part of who they are. But in captivity, they don't get a chance to hunt anything. So what we have to do is provide them with other things that will keep them busy. So the grass is kind of high because it's been raining a lot, but she's got balls in there. She's got this amazing tower. It's just like a big cat tree. She's got lots of toys in there that you can't see. She's kind of taken them up in the tower with her in the cave, but actually Noelle really likes stuffed animals. We can't give them to every cat because some of them will try to eat them. She does not eat them. She plays with them and cuddles with them. She has stuffed animals that she's had since she was a baby. And then of course we do spend a lot of time with them, the ones that want us to, and that gives them interaction as well. And it's all that stuff, the toys, the things to do, the getting attention from their people, that's all called enrichment. And enrichment is really important. You can see there's some of her stuffed animals. Enrichment's really important to keep them physically and mentally healthy when they're living in captivity. And Noelle is a pretty happy girl. She is not often in a bad mood. Noelle! Noe! 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 And she is, I was not playing with her enough, so she is now going to ignore me. All right, let's head over to the next animal. Hi! All right, you guys are getting a treat. So this little lady, that is Bindi. Bindi is a South American coati. They are sometimes called coatimundi. They are part of the raccoon family, and they live all over South America, Latin America, Mexico, and even the southern United States. Bindi is a very, very old girl. She is getting up there in age, and so she's pretty tired all the time. We've had her here for quite a while. She came to us from a family that owned her as a pet. Even though these are wild animals, a lot of people go out and are able to get these animals as pets and raise them in their homes. Unfortunately, it usually doesn't work out very well. Because they're wild, they have wild instincts, they can bite, they can scratch, they're often not potty trained, they make a mess of the house. Plus, Bindi here, coatis in general, smell pretty bad. They have a very, very distinctive smell, and it is not nice. It smells a bit like a skunk. It's just how their bodies smell. Yeah, I'm talking about you. You're stinky. I know you can't help it though. But so the people that had Bindi when she was about 8 years old, they'd had her since she was a baby. They just couldn't keep her any longer, and they asked us to take care of her. So she's been here ever since. She's been here now, I think, about 6 years. So we've had her for a while. She is, I mean, she's very, very sweet, but she is still very much a wild animal. She does not like people messing with her things. So if she has a toy or food, you cannot try to grab it from her. She will definitely bite. With coatis, they're pretty possessive, so you have to trade them. So if they have something that you want, you have to give them something else. It's just one of their quirks. But Bindi also, because they're warm-weathered animals, it is not very cold out right now. It's probably in the high 60s, but that is way too cold for her. She thinks it's freezing. Really, 80, 85 is her type of weather. So unless it's really warm outside, she stays curled up in her box there. Coatis eat all kinds of things. They eat insects, they eat fruit, they eat vegetables. She gets scrambled eggs every single day. Every single day we make scrambled eggs for her. She really likes the scrambled eggs. Yogurt. She gets a kibble, a dry food. She'll eat pretty much anything, and they have these amazing noses. If you got a chance to see her nose, they have these really long, very flexible noses, and they use those noses to push dirt around. So when they're looking for something to eat, they use that nose to dig in the dirt. And as a matter of fact, it's not filled up right now, but right next to her little box, so let me zoom out, there's a pan with dirt. So we fill that up, and we will put mealworms in there, and so that she gets a chance to dig around in the dirt and find food. She loves that. And she also, over on the other side, she has a bigger one. So again, we put fresh, clean dirt in there, put food, mealworms, crickets, different things for her to hunt on her own. And then she also has a little maze. So this is an enrichment thing that we do with her. We will hide food in different spots in this maze, and she will have to go find it. Particularly at her age, you see she has a ramp. It's really hard for her to climb. She is getting old, and she's got some arthritis, so it's harder for her to get around. So keeping her moving, keeping her active, keeping her playing is really, really important. But we can't have her do too much because it'll hurt her a little bit. Bindi! Hi! Hi! Do you want to come out and say hi? Do you want to come out? Huh? Do you want to come out and say hi? Well, come on. Come on, say hi to everybody. Oh, that's a good girl. Oh, stretch. So another thing about Bindi is she was declawed and defanged. That is a really, really common practice with people that buy coatis as pets. They have bear-like feet, you can see, and they have very, very long, sharp claws that they use to climb and that they use to dig in the dirt. and those are often removed when people have them as pets. Same with their fangs, their canine teeth, which are very large. Those are usually taken out. Unfortunately, what that does is cause quite a few problems, like encouraging arthritis if they're declawed. So not a good thing. Are you not going to come down? You're just going to sit in your dirt? Are you just going to sit in your dirt? Hi. She's got cute little ears. Coatis, when they're younger, they are quite active, very curious, and get into a lot of trouble. Of course, at her age, her advanced age, she's not as active anymore. But when they're young, they are quite something. Bindi. Well, it looks like this is all the show she has in her. But you guys got lucky because she came out, and she doesn't always come out. So also just a little bit about where she's at. We built her a really nice outside enclosure, and she hated it. She hated it because she'd spent the first 8 years of her life in someone's home living with a family, and she got very lonely out in the enclosure that she was in. So as she got older and started to become a little depressed, because I believe she probably felt alone and lonely, we moved her up here. This was not meant to be a permanent living situation, but it turned into one with her. This is going to be her house, because this building right here is actually our intern center. So the front part of the building, we have interns, usually college students or recent college graduates, that come here and they work to get experience taking care of animals. And so they live in this building, and this back room was meant to be a vet center. So it is, these enclosures have an outdoor area. They also have an indoor area that's air conditioned in the summer and heated in the winter. Hers is blocked off to keep the wind out when she goes inside. But this was meant for when animals here get sick or have to have surgery or something. This is where they recover, so that we can keep a close eye on them. It was never meant to be a permanent living quarters for a coati, but because the back room is where the interns prepare food and medications, and the interns are right here all the time, she gets a lot of company. She gets a lot of interaction with people. She's up near the front of the facility, so she kind of sees all the action, and it keeps her from feeling lonely. So she is much happier up here than she was in the nice enclosure that we built for her. So this is where she's going to stay. So before we move on to the next animal, I just wanted to get a quick shot of Noelle, because she looks so cute. She's so pretty up there. Hi, beautiful. Hi. All right, let's come out here. So this beautiful tiger, her name is Selena. Selena happens to be the oldest tiger here at CARE. She is 20 years old. And let me tell you, 20 years in tiger years is pretty up there. You'll have to excuse, we have some water collecting in some of the enclosures because it's been raining nonstop. But we're drying out finally. But that noise that she's making, that is called a chuff or a snuffle. And that is the sound that tigers make to greet each other. It's a friendly greeting. And then, of course, in captivity, that's the sound that they make to greet us, their caretakers. So again, Selena is, where's she? I'm losing her. So Selena is 20 years old. Typically in the wild, tigers live to be, old information told us they're early teens, you know, 11, 12, 13. New information is telling us that they only live to be about 8 or 10 years old. And that's probably because they're losing habitat and because of poaching, people hunting tigers, which is a really, really bad thing. So they're not living as long because of those things. I think she thinks that I'm gonna feed her. That's why she's pacing back and forth, but I'm not. It's not feeding time. But one amazing thing about Selena here, because she's older, also, another thing, she was someone's pet as well. And she was also declawed. And declawing in big cats is illegal because cats walk on their tippy toes. And when you declaw them, you take off basically the first knuckle of their foot, and so they can't walk on their tippy toes. It's really painful, and declawing can cause all kinds of problems for them, really bad problems. And so she, as she got older, she started having a lot of problems walking, didn't you? Yeah, it really hurt really bad. But we put her on this supplement called Antinol. Before that, we treated most of our cats with steroids, with prednisone, for any pain that they had. But steroids can be really harmful to them over time. It can damage their livers and kidneys. So this supplement called Antinol came out, and it's made from green mussels from New Zealand, and it's all natural. Are you trapped behind your ball? Are you trapped? Are you hiding? Are you hiding? So, are you hiding? She wants to play. Okay. Are you hiding? I can't see a tiger. Can you guys see a tiger? I don't see one. Hi, come on. Oh, what are you doing? I see you. I see you. See, this is what I was talking about earlier. Oh my goodness. You got me. No matter how loving and affectionate they are also still hunters. And they want to hunt things, including people. Anyway, we put her on this Antinol because she was honestly having a hard time even getting up. And it has, as you can see, she is walking just fine. She is doing great. She's spunky. She wants to play. It's kind of been a miracle having her on this supplement. We're just amazed all the time at how incredible it has been and how much it's changed really the lives of some of the animals here, because now she is just full of it and feeling good. Hi. All right, guys, that wraps up our first segment of our virtual tour at CARE. please join us next time and we'll meet some more of the animals. In the meantime, please look at the information in the video description. You can go to our website and learn more about us and the animals. You can follow us on social media and see lots of pictures and videos of them as well. Thank you guys. Take care of yourselves and we'll see you next time. Bye. Hi everybody, welcome back to part 2 of our CARE virtual tour. We have someone over here, guest, that's very anxious to meet everybody. Hold on just one second. This talkative girl is Cassie. All right, now everybody out there, go ahead and think to yourself or say out loud what kind of cat Cassie is. I'll give you a second. Okay, so did any of you say cougar? Or maybe mountain lion? Or maybe puma? Or maybe panther, Florida panther? Let's see, what else? What other names do you go by? Yeah, what other names do you go by? You go by catamount, or mountain screamer, or mountain painter. They have a lot of names. They're mountain lions, pumas, cougars, but they have all these different names because they used to have such a large area that they lived in. All over Canada, all over the United States, all over Mexico, down into Central America and into South America. They still live in all those places, but certain areas in those places they don't live in anymore. Their numbers have decreased quite a bit. But all these different people in all these different places called them different things. But they're all the same cat. Another interesting, yes, Cassie is quite a character. She, like Noelle, she's very people-oriented. She really loves people, and she knows how to get people's attention. She knows that if she squeaks and she makes noise and she does silly things, that people are gonna give her attention. And she's been like this forever. But another cool thing, you're gonna lay down now? Okay. Another cool thing about mountain lions, I'll let you listen for a second. They purr. Those are big purrs. Those are much louder purrs than your house cats at home. But they purr just like a house cat does. As a matter of fact, they have a lot of things in common with house cats. More things in common with your kitty at home than they have with Noelle the lion or Selena the tiger, because they're totally different kinds of cats. You have your Panthera cats, and Panthera means big cat or cat that can roar. And those are your lions, your tigers, your leopards, your jaguars. Those are all the big cats. All those cats can roar, but they can't purr. All other cats, cheetahs, mountain lions, bobcats, house cats, they can all purr, but they can't roar. Very, very different. Sometimes it's just nice to listen to the birds sing and the cougar purr. So one thing you may notice about Cassie's enclosure here is that she has a roof on it. And the tiger and lion enclosures don't. And there's a good reason for that. Mountain lions, as well as some of the other cats like leopards, bobcats, are really, really good climbers. As a matter of fact, that's why in their enclosures we have all these ramps and platforms and swings and places for them to climb up high. Because they love to climb, they love to be up high. They're really good at that. So instead of liking a lot of horizontal space, space on the ground, they like a lot of what we call up space that they can get up high. And because they're such good climbers and they can jump so high, they have to have a roof on their enclosure. And you can hear some of our lions that you haven't met yet talking in the background. But anyway, so that's why she has a roof and some of the other cats don't. Lions and tigers, it's not that they can't jump. Oh. I ruined it. I'm so sorry. She started to roar and I started walking towards her and she saw me and she got a little shy and stopped. Another little known fact about lions is they don't like you to watch them roar. At least ours don't. They get all shy and embarrassed. They get performance anxiety and they can't roar if you're watching. So it's rare that we catch them on video roaring because they all shut up every time we get near them. But I got a second of it, didn't I? All right, Cass, you're a good girl. You want to jump up? You want to come up here? You want to come up here? No. Not really. And she also has a nice little waterfall here. When it's hot out, we turn it on and the water rotates and filters. And in that cave behind where the water comes down, it's a lot cooler than it is on the outside. Also, she has an indoor area that has an air conditioner. She's spoiled, but that's okay. They all are. We love it. All right. We have a very, very sneaky girl over here. So we're going to talk about camouflage. There is a cat right here. Now you can probably see her. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, you got me! This is Shanti. Shanti is one of a pair of girls, sisters, that we have in this enclosure. And these girls are crazy. They're not crazy, they're just tigers. And they are very tigery in that they like to sneak up on people. They like to hide behind the tall grass and surprise people when they come around the corner. There's Naya over there. You can see the back of her head. They like to chase cars. Oh my gosh! You're nuts! She is in full crazy mode. This is what they do. These are tigers. Some of them are more feisty, I guess, than others. Naya and Shanti are on the feisty side. She really would like to pounce on me right now. This doesn't mean that she can't be friendly. She can, but she's also, oh my gosh, she's also a tiger. But they are definitely on the more instinctive side. They just have that really, really strong instinct to hunt and take down prey. And right now she is pretending that I am her prey, but I am not. I am safe over here. Too bad. So let's go on the other side and meet her sister. Hold on just one moment. Gosh. Whoa! Shanti coming in hot. You are just full of it right now. Okay, here's Sister Naya. She's being a little more chill. I know, but you can't get me. I'm sorry. So that's Naya over there. Naya's just like, I don't know what my sister's doing. She's just being crazy. Naya and Shanti came to us a few years ago. They came along with two boys, a set of brothers, and then of course their sisters, from a facility that had a lot of cats and were having a hard time taking care of them all. So they reached out and asked if we could give 4 of them a home, and we did. And they are really, the girls are so, so pretty, but they are bad. I know you want to get me. Oh my gosh. And I'm kind of glad that she's doing this right now, because so often the cats here, and she's not always like this. A lot of times she's just like her sister. Sometimes she's even like, you know, Noelle was, with being, you know, super affectionate and super cute. And that can give people a false sense of security. It can make it seem like these guys are just big kitty cats, just big kittens, and that they're safe, but they're not because they do stuff like this, like she's doing. They get that prey drive, that instinct. I mean, just crazy stuff like that. And if there wasn't this fence here, I'd be in big trouble. But they get worked up like this sometimes. Sometimes it's just because they just feel feisty. They can become aggressive if you know, there's a loud sound that startles them, if you have a scent on you that they don't like, if you're wearing something that just seems weird to them, they can get scared. So many things can set them off. They can get possessive of their toys, of their food. So yeah, these guys, they can be super cute. And they can be super sweet. I mean, they really do. They have very affectionate, loving sides. But it's not like that all the time. There's this other side to them that's just as important and just as big a part of who they are. That is deadly. So since she is so worked up, we're not going to encourage it anymore. I did want to just show you how they can be sometimes, and this honestly isn't even bad. It can be much, much worse. But I don't want to get her even more worked up than she already is. So we're going to walk away and go meet someone else. I have someone wanting to say hi, and I can't not say hi to him. Hi, Kevin. Hi, Kevin. Hi, Kev. Kevin's our one of our newest rescues. He is a serval, an African serval, And he has been so shy since getting here, but he is so coming out of his shell, and he wants to say hi. Hi, Kevin. Hi, Kevin. So I can't ignore him. I can't not say hi. The fact that, you know, he is getting more and more comfortable here and wanting attention and wanting interaction is a really amazing thing. Because when animals have to spend their life in captivity, the last thing that you want is for them to be scared all the time. That's a really horrible feeling, and it's a really horrible way to live your life, is in fear. So we want them to feel really comfortable and confident and safe. We want them, because we do have to continue to take care of them. We have to feed them and make sure that they have what they need and clean their enclosures, and there's going to have to be people around them. And so if there's going to have to be people around them, we want them to see that as a positive experience, so they actually get something out of it. It's something good. It's something that they may even look forward to, instead of it being a source of fear for them. We don't want them to be scared. So I'm so glad that Kevin is actually asking for interaction. Are you a good boy? Yeah, you're a good boy. So Kevin was living in a chicken coop on a guy's property where Kevin went. This is his. It's brown and ugly, but we don't have the heart to take it. During Christmas, we put in a bunch of Christmas trees into his enclosure and made like a little Christmas tree cave that he loves so much. He just went in and he goes in here. I don't know if you can see. No, it's all caved in, but he goes in here and that's where he like sleeps. He feels really safe in there. So we don't have the heart to take it out right now, but we are going to have to take it out eventually, because they're dying. They're dead, most of them. But anyway, so he had gotten Kevin from a woman that had him. Her and her husband had Kevin. They got divorced. The guy got Kevin from the woman when she couldn't take care of him anymore. He tried to take care of him for about a year, and his neighbor knew of the situation and asked him to please, you know, think about placing him somewhere else that could give him better care, better environment, including dead Christmas trees, apparently, but whatever, he loves it. So I tried to get another angle of Kevin's tree den, and you can't, he's in there. You can't really see him though. But anyway, that's it. That's it for today. Thank you guys so much for joining. I hope you enjoyed this. Please go to the video description and subscribe to our channel to get updates when we post a new segment. As always, you can go to the website to learn more information, and you can also follow our social media to get updates on all the cats. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and we'll see you next time. Bye. Hi everybody. Welcome back to another segment of our virtual tour here at CARE. So we're going to start off with, I see her. I don't know if, well, she just peeked around the corner. So this little lady, I'm going to introduce you here in a second. She loves to play hide and seek. Like, it's her favorite thing. So I know as soon as I go over there, she's gonna like try to get me to chase her around. So we'll see if she will stay still long enough for us to say hi. Let's see, where is she? Oh, I see her. I see her. I see her. She's over there. I see you. I see you. So this is Bobby. Bobby is, hi. Hi, ma'am. And she's very excited because her little tail is quivering. So Bobby is a bobcat. And bobcats, they got their name from that short bobbed, see, their short bobtail. See, this is what she's gonna do. She's gonna make me follow her around. So we're gonna go over here. So maybe she will come to us when she realizes that I am not gonna chase her all day. So anyway, bobcats, they have that short bob tail. And Bobby here, those other little noises that you hear, little trilling and chirps in the background, those are two other bobcats that we will meet at another time. Whoa, there she goes. She's up there on her thing. So Bobby came to us, she was a former pet. So a family, hi pretty girl, was given Bobby, or they had Bobby given to them after her mother had been shot. And they raised her in their house, and she lived with their domestic pets. And then when she was about 2 years old, the mother of the family had a baby, and they didn't want the bobcat around the baby. Yeah, no bobcats around a baby. And so they built her a little enclosure outside, and she was there for 2 years. And they contacted us finally because they just felt like, oh. You always have to pause for the lion roars. So that was Kiara. You guys haven't met her yet. We'll meet her a little later on. But she was over there talking. So, and there goes Bobby. So anyway, they just felt like they couldn't really provide her with what she needed. So they asked us if we could take her in, and we did. And it turns out Bobby is just about the sweetest bobcat in the entire universe. Bobcats are not typically known to be super sweet. They are feisty, typically kind of shy. So Bobby is a little bit different than most bobcats, and we love her very, very, very much. She is precious. Okay, well, I'm not going to play hide and seek with her all day. So we're gonna move on. Bye, Bobby. We love you. I don't know where she went. Just kidding. Just wanted to get one more shot of her because she's real cute. Okay, bye, Bobby. All right. Hi, Wren. This pretty girl, her name is Wren. Sometimes called Wren Pen, and she's absolutely gorgeous. And she's a really friendly girl. I'm actually shocked that I got over here and am able to video her without her jumping down and coming over and saying hi. But I'm glad she's not, because it's much easier to video her like this. So Wren is about 7 or 8 years old, and we got her about 1.5 years ago, around Christmas in 2018, or actually around Thanksgiving, I think. And she came with 4 other cats from a private owner that also had a traveling kind of zoo. And he was shutting down his business. And so he contacted us to see if we could take in 5 of his cats. So it was Ren, a lioness Kiara, a tiger named Munchie, a lynx named Malika, and oh my gosh, I'm forgetting one. I can't believe I'm forgetting. It'll come to me. It'll come to me. But yeah, so we took them in. Ren here had a really difficult time. She had never loaded into a transport cage before. She'd never been moved anywhere. These animals get really accustomed to their environment. They're really creatures of habit, and so being taken out of the environment that she had been used to for 6 years was really stressful for her. And when she got here, she was just terrified. You can go to our YouTube or our website and see videos of the day that she and the others arrived, and you can see how stressed she was. She did not want to get out of her transport cage and go into the enclosure. Once we got her into the enclosure, she didn't want to move out of the corner. Once we got her out of the corner, she didn't want to move from the lockdown area. Once we got her out, she found another corner that she didn't want to get out of. We were really, really worried about her because she was just super, super stressed. But she adjusted so quickly. It was just amazing. And her person, she is so cute. Her personality just bloomed. And she has just become one of the friendliest, most relaxed cats. I mean, she is just absolutely wonderful and very, very, very happy. She does get a little possessive of toys, so we give a lot of the cats piñatas. Another big yawn. She's sleepy. And Kiara's talking again. Is that Kiara? Yeah. But anyway, so we give some of the cats piñatas. We put chicken, raw chicken drumsticks into piñatas and give it to them. And as soon as she gets a toy, as soon as she gets a piñata, she heads into her little house there and rips it apart. She destroys it pretty quick. But she has some of the prettiest coloring. She looks like a watercolor painting sometimes. Hi, pretty girl. But we just love her. And she's just sniffing the air. How beautiful. All right, we'll see you later, Ren. Looks like you need a nap. Hey, handsome. Hi, handsome. You just wake up. Oh, you're going back to sleep. Okay. I just want to get close up of that paw. The paw is just massive. So this guy, this is Solano. Solano's one of our older guys. I think he's 17 or 18. He's a big boy. And I'm gonna see if I can get, oh, hi. So I wanna get, hi. Oh goodness. Hi, mister. Oh, stretch. Hi. Yeah? What's up? What's going on? Yeah? Wow. What else? Anything else going on? That too? Wow. Huh, interesting. So you may have noticed something a little bit different about Solano. Actually, two things different about Solano. Number one, he's white. He is a white tiger. A lot of people have the misconception that white tigers are snow tigers or Siberian tigers, so they can blend in with the snow, and that is not true. White tigers naturally occur within the Bengal subspecies. Yeah, so whoa, I just moved spots. Oh my gosh. He's just rubbing up against the camera. The fence. Excuse me. I'm trying to do things over here. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we've moved yet again. And this is not the best angle, but we're gonna go with it. So, white tigers. So white tigers, again, they used to exist naturally in the wild. It's caused by a recessive gene. Both the mother and the father have to have that gene in order to produce white tigers, white cubs. So it's really rare, but it did happen. And the royalty in India would see white tigers as a sign of power and prestige, so they would have them hunted either to be killed and their furs, their pelts to be brought back, or to be captured alive and kept in their private zoos. So essentially what happened is that they did this so often, every time that someone spotted a white tiger, it would be killed or captured, and they basically hunted that gene out of existence in the wild, because they would capture or kill these animals and they weren't reproducing anymore. So the gene basically disappeared from the wild population. The last white tiger that was found in India was in the 1950s, and his name was Mohan, and he was used, it's a very long story, it is definitely worth researching. I'm not going to tell the whole story right now, but he was used to basically breed and produce white cubs for zoos in America. So most white tigers, if not all white tigers that are kept in captivity in America, can trace their heritage back to Mohan and a few others. Unfortunately, what happened due to this is a lot of instances of inbreeding. So inbreeding related tigers to each other to ensure that they both had that gene and could produce white cubs. And that led to a lot of problems with white tigers, and Solano certainly was not untouched by that. So one of the things that happened to him that is very common in white tigers is that, trying to get a different view here, is that he was born with crossed eyes, and that really affected his ability to see. And he actually used to live with several other tigers and had to be removed from the group because his bad eyesight caused him to be scared and lash out and become aggressive, and so that was a big problem for him. About 5 or 6 years ago, I can't remember exactly now, but a while ago, another common thing happened that has happened to several other white tigers here. We noticed a tumor around his eye, and it turned out to be skin cancer, melanoma, and our vet went to remove it and found out that the tumor had grown around and behind his eye and was threatening the eye itself. So in order to keep the cancer from growing, he decided to remove the entire eye. And as awful as that sounds, Solano has actually been better off since that surgery. He can see better, even missing an eye, because he's not dealing with being cross-eyed and those eyes competing against one another. Obviously he can't see on that side that is missing the eye, but his eye that's left, he can see much better, and he's a much happier guy. And the recovery wasn't too bad for him. And of course, since then, and it's been 5 or 6 years since then, we haven't seen any of the cancer coming back. So all in all, it worked out pretty good, and now he is a pirate. He's a one-eyed pirate tiger. But yeah, he's pretty awesome. We love Solano. He's kind of a goofball, and as you heard earlier, he makes some interesting sounds. He's very talkative. He sounds like a cow. He moos. So he's definitely a favorite around here. He's just a goofy guy. But that's it. He's gonna take a nap, so we're gonna move on. All right, this is gonna be our last stop for today. So if you remember, hi Ben. In our first segment, we introduced you to Bindi, the coati. This is her inside area because it's been kind of cold and rainy, so she's inside. And I didn't introduce you to her roommate. So this is Bellini, and she is our special needs chicken. So we have chickens here. I'll introduce them later on in another segment, but Bellini didn't develop like the rest of the chickens. So she needs special care. So she lives in the vet center, and she can come and go in this. The bars of this gate are big enough for her to get in and out of, and she actually chose to go in with Bindi here and be her roommate. And they coexist very peacefully, and they cuddle up together and they just hang out. It's very weird, but it works. They get along. Right, Ben? Bindi just knocked all of her breakfast out of her plate. Gross. But yeah, Bindi and Bellini. Odd couple. Alright, that's it. That's her scrambled eggs breakfast that she gets every day. Hey, Bellini. What you doing? Okay, that's it for today. You guys subscribe to the channel so you get updates when we have a new segment. Bindi likes to roll her food around on the ground before she eats it. It's very, I don't know why. She just does that with her nose. Check out our website, learn more about the animals that you met today, and follow our social media so you can stay up to date with what's going on. All right, let's say goodbye to Bindi and Bellini. Bye, guys. Hi. Hi everybody. Welcome back to another segment of our virtual tour here at CARE. So we have 3 big boys here. And their nicknames are the babies. But they're not babies, they're big boys. They are about 14 years old. They're siblings. That is JP, and up there, that is Luca. And then this naughty one is Jakey. He's waiting for me to turn my back so he can jump at me, because that's what tigers do. So tigers, as well as most cats, are ambush predators, meaning that they like to sneak up on their prey. They like to get as close as possible and sneak up on their prey and attack. And in parts of India where there have been tiger attacks on humans, people have learned to start wearing masks on the back of their heads to keep tigers from attacking them from behind. Because tigers like it when you turn your back. That is a rule of dealing with these big predators, is you never, ever, ever turn your back on them. So these boys, hey, they are super close. They actually had another sibling, a female. She was the only girl in the group, and her name was Lucia. And unfortunately, Lucia was diagnosed with leukemia. And that was our first time experiencing a cat with leukemia. So she got very sick very fast, and we lost her last summer. And it was really sad for us, and it was really sad for the brothers, particularly JP over there. He had a really, really hard time with it. That's their big, huge platform for big, huge boys. As big as they are, she was not tiny by any means, but she was a lot smaller than the boys are. But we really miss her. Yeah, Cassie, we already talked about you, ma'am. So Cassie just has to say hi. Hi. Sass. I don't know if you can hear her purring all the way over there. Loud mouth. She's a mess. But anyway, these boys are pretty great. Very close. Tigers in the wild are typically solitary. They have been witnessed when a mother is taking care of cubs, or when she's by herself, to share meals with a male, but they don't typically hang around each other that much. They do their own thing. But in captivity, again, it's such a different situation. And we really like to keep siblings together, or introduce young cats that we get when they're young, so they can grow up together and live together, because that companionship can really do a lot for them mentally and emotionally, and even physically. They play, they snuggle together when it's cold, but sometimes those groupings don't work out. Sometimes they start to fight, and when it gets serious or it starts escalating over time, we usually make a choice to separate them, just because we want to protect them. But even then, we try to keep them near one another so they can still have companionship even if there's a fence in between. But these guys are pretty good. They get along really well. They have little tiffs, little arguments every now and then, but not often. And certainly not serious. I mean, they're like any brothers. They're gonna fight. They're gonna argue. They're gonna get on each other's nerves. Just like if you have siblings at home, sometimes you don't get along, but you still love one another, and they really do love each other. He's just gonna be cute now. Okay. Oh my gosh. Hi, Jakey. Hi, Jacob. Are you being precious now? That's how quickly they can change. 2 minutes ago, he was ready to pounce on me, and now he's just being that. And 2 minutes from now, he can want to pounce on me again. Tigers. It's just how they are. Ma'am, I'm gonna need you to keep it down over there. Yeah, we already talked about you though. We need to talk about other animals. You're not the only one here. I know you would like to be, but you're not. Yeah, I know. It sucks. Okay, so I'm hearing all kinds of rustling and jumping around and doing things over here. So it is time to say hello. I've got one. I got to find the other before I get closer. I don't want to be surprised. There's the other one. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Hi. Hi. Oh my gosh. So this is Max, the big one on his back, and Mia, the little one, being the boss. And they are two of our other bobcats. And they are playing. You can see those little tails going. So there is a definite difference between play and fighting. If you notice, they weren't making a whole lot of noises, although sometimes they do. But they weren't making a whole lot of noises. Their ears are up. Their tails are wiggly. They don't have their claws extended. They're just playing. If they were not playing, which they never, they're not violent with each other. Well, I mean, I guess they can be sometimes, but not bad. Not to where they get hurt. But if they were fighting, there'd be a lot of growling and hissing and snarling, and nails would be out and fur would be flying, and you would definitely know. But they love each other so much, and it makes us so happy that they are together. So Mia, this little one right here, Miss Mia, Mimi, hi. Oh my gosh, you're gonna try to get my phone. I have to be very careful around them because they have those little paws that can come out. And Mia's not so bad, but Max hates phones. Hates them. Has always hated them. I don't know why he wants to kill them. So I can't stick my phone, a camera up. He hates all cameras. Doesn't matter. I can't stick it up by him or else, whoa, he'll get it. You are a bad boy. So Mia took off. I don't know where she went. Anyway, Mia came to us. She was found on a construction site. A family found her, and she was by herself. Now, this happens a lot. Bobcat kittens are left by their mothers who go off and hunt. So if you ever come across a bobcat kitten, please leave it where it is. And this family did. They did the right thing. They left her there for 24 hours to see if her mother came back, and she didn't. So that usually is when an intervention is needed, when someone needs to do something. At the time, we were having awful, awful flooding. And we think that the Trinity River, which runs in this area, it got so flooded and possibly cut off her mother from her. So after 24 hours, this family picked her up and took her home, and sweet little boy in the family like built her a little cat house, and they were playing with her and feeding her cat food and snuggling with her, which sounds really sweet. But when they called us about 48 hours after they had found her, 48 to 72 hours, and we went to go pick her up, she was purring in their laps. That's how quick they can form an attachment to people. And once they form an attachment to people, they cannot be rehabbed and released, because the first thing that they're gonna do when they go out into the wild is they're gonna look for people, because people is where food is and warm bedding and all the good things. And it is legal here in Texas and in most of the United States to shoot bobcats. So a lot of people do not want bobcats coming into their yards because they're afraid of them getting their pets or attacking their children, which is reasonable. But that is why if a bobcat becomes bonded or habituated to people, let's see if I can do this without him noticing, they can't be released. So while you know, what they did was trying to save her, and they were really trying to do a good thing, it also meant that she would have to spend the rest of her life in captivity. So she was teeny tiny when we got her. She was like 4 weeks old. I mean, she was little itty bitty. Then we got a call about I don't know, month or two later. We got a call from a private rescue that had found another bobcat kitten. He was a little bit older. No. I know, you want to get it so bad. I know. Man, bobcats. Feisty. So anyway, it was a male, young as well, a couple months older than Mia, and asked, or actually he had heard, the gentleman that owned this rescue facility had heard that we had a kitten, a bobcat kitten, and asked if we wanted the male to grow up with her. Again, the benefits of having animals live with others in captivity. So we were absolutely, totally excited that she could have a friend. And so that's when we got Max. So almost all of the animals here are captive born. And captive born animals, or cats, big cats, little cats even, if they are born in captivity and raised by people, they cannot be released into the wild. Wild cats spend up to 2 years learning from their mothers how to hunt and how to survive. And without that, they don't have the skills needed to take care of themselves. A little butt wiggle. So putting a captive born cat that, you know, they have all the instincts that their wild counterparts do. They just don't have the know-how. They never learned the right and wrong way to do things from their mothers. So putting a captive born cat out in the wild is really not very nice. It's unethical. They wouldn't be able to take care of themselves. They would most likely die. Now, because the bobcats were born in captivity again, or they were born in the wild, there are very successful bobcat rehabilitation programs that rehab orphans and are able to release them in the wild. There's a lot of things to consider. They have to learn to hunt on their own in captivity, which can be a difficult thing, both logistically and ethically. And then you have to find the right place to release them. You can't just release them anywhere. You have to find land that has the resources that they need, water and a food source, so prey that they can hunt. It has to be free of other bobcats so that they're not competing with for those resources and coming into conflict with each other. It has to be remote enough where they're not going to come into contact with people very easily. And those spaces are pretty hard to find. But again, there's some really successful programs that do that. But again, because both of these bobcats, Max and Mia both, Max, his mother had been shot. And he was raised by, I believe, or not raised, but he was found and taken care of by, I believe, a game warden. And so both of them had had way too much contact with people and had become way too used to people to be released. But the upside is that they have a really cool space here. They have all kinds of stuff to crawl in and jump on and go through, and places to hide. And they have each other, and they absolutely adore each other. And that makes us really happy. All right, bye, Max. Bye, Max. Bye, me. I see you. I see you. Oh my gosh. Munch. So this guy, his name, where'd he go? Is Munchie. There you are! That's short for Munchkin. Hi. Hi, mister. Oh my gosh. So you may notice something very different about Munchie here. Munchie is what is called a golden tabby or strawberry blonde tiger. He doesn't have any black. It gets really dark brown on the end of his tail, but there's no black stripes. So we talked about Solano being a white tiger earlier, and how that is caused by a recessive gene that was found to be naturally occurring in the wild in the Bengal subspecies. But this coloration is also caused by a recessive gene. However, as far as I know, there has never been any documented cases of a tiger with this coloration in the wild. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. Anything's possible, but I've never seen any documentation of it, which means that more than likely this coloring is caused by very selective breeding in captivity. Munchie is a really special guy. He just went in his lockdown area because he heard somebody, and he probably thinks that means treats or food. What's up? So Munchie's a super, super special guy. He is, first of all, in our eyes, in terms of how much we love him and how we take care of him, he is absolutely perfect in every way, and we could not love him any more than we do. But Munchie has problems. That he has both physical problems and emotional and mental issues. And one thing you can see right here is the curvature of his spine, and he is very thin. We are feeding him as often and as much as we can, but he's still very thin. To be very honest, we're very worried about him. I have another tiger complaining in the background that I'm not giving him attention, but we'll get to him in a while. But yeah, we're really worried. We are conferring with our veterinarian. We are trying different things, different medications. The next step is some testing, some imaging, doing x-rays. He will likely need surgery on his back. We're super concerned about that, but we also know there's probably something else going on, and we are doing what we can to find out what that is, because we don't want him to be uncomfortable and unhappy. And he's just a young guy. He's, I believe he's 4 years old, which in tigers and lions, they don't really fully reach maturity until they're about 4 years old. So he just recently became an adult. So he's very young. So we want to make sure that his life is long, and not just long, but really healthy. So we're going to do everything we can for him. Ain't that right, Munch? Yeah. He's a good boy. If you're familiar with Care, you know that his nickname is Strawberry Pancake. That is the name that our founder and executive director, Heidi Cron, calls him. There's a purpose behind it. She plays a game with him. Because he gets really upset with a lot of our vehicles. So our tractor, which we use to feed, when we feed them, we drop in food over the top of their enclosures from a tractor, the bucket of the tractor. He doesn't like our mule, which is a vehicle that we use to drive around and clean. He gets very angry when those vehicles are nearby. But our founder and executive director Heidi plays this game with him, Strawberry Pancake, where he flattens himself on the ground when he sees the vehicles coming, and she plays a game with him like she can't see him and he's totally invisible. and she does that baby talk with him, that high-pitched, oh munch, oh strawberry pancake. I can't do it as well as she can. But it turns it into kind of a way to diffuse his anger, and he really responds to it. He enjoys it. He thinks it's fun. And it calms him down. So it turns what he is seeing as a negative experience. He does not like the vehicles. He is afraid of them, and therefore he gets aggressive and angry. It turns that negative experience into something positive. So then it's fun. It's enjoyable. So then he doesn't get as angry because he's not as scared. But he really is a good boy. Isn't that right, Munch? Isn't that right, Munch? All right. That does it for this segment of our virtual tour. Say goodbye to Munchie. As always, subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can get notified when we have a new segment up. Check out our website, learn more about the animals that you met, and follow our social media so you can keep up with all that's happening. And thank you guys for joining. Take care of yourselves. Be kind to others. And we'll see you next time. Who's that handsome guy? Who's that handsome guy? Oh my gosh. It's big yawns. Hi. Hi everybody, and welcome to a new segment of our virtual tour. This handsome fella who is spraying, that, ladies and gentlemen, is how cats mark their territory. See, it is my territory out here, but as soon as you get past this fence, that is his territory. That's his domain. So he's just marking it, letting everybody know this is my house. Milo is very interested in what is going on over there because some of the cats are getting fed. And he would like to know when it is his turn. It looks like you've already been eating though, sir. You have blood all over your nose. Okay, so Milo is a spotted leopard. I'm gonna move over so we can get his face. He is a spotted leopard, and leopards come in two color variations. So the spotted variation, like him, has that golden background with the black spots, and also the black leopard variation. So really, black leopards aren't black, they're a dark brown, and they also have black spots. So we have a black leopard here. You'll meet her in the next segment, and hopefully you'll be able to see her spots. But yeah, they both have spots. If you were to shave both of them, you would see the spots on their skin. And a spotted leopard mom can have both spotted leopard and black leopard babies. So a lot of people call black leopards as well as black jaguars because jaguars look a lot like leopards. We don't have any here, but they look very similar. They're a little bit bigger, stockier, and their spots are a little bit different, but they're very, very similar in how they look. They also have a black coloration. It's called melanistic. And a lot of people call black jaguars or black leopards black panthers. And that is kind of correct and kind of not. So if you remember back in an earlier segment, we talked about the Panthera group of cats. That's lions, tigers, leopards, and jaguars. Well, they are all panthers. They're part of the Panthera genus. So they're all considered panthers. So if you have a black leopard or a black jaguar, they are indeed black panthers. But a lot of people mean it to say that they're a totally different kind of cat. So a black leopard is absolutely no different than a spotted leopard. They're not a different species. They're just a different color variation. So Milo here, a little bit about his story. Believe it or not, Milo the leopard was bought and kept as a pet. An elderly woman kept him as a pet and had him when he was just a baby. He keeps moving, so I keep moving. So Milo, yeah, he was purchased as a cub to be this woman's pet, and she fed him, hand fed him. He slept in the bed with her. But as he grew up, he started being a leopard, and he wasn't house trained, and he probably started getting aggressive and eating the furniture. And she decided that having a leopard as a pet probably wasn't a good decision. And she was right. So she brought him here. The downside, well, there's many downsides to having these animals as pets. Number one, the danger they pose to people. But it's also what happens to them after their owners decide that they can't or don't want to take care of them anymore. They are very expensive to take care of. They need special food. They need special housing. They need special vets. And a lot of people realize that they've gotten in over their heads once they've had one of these animals and they've gotten a little bit older. So no matter what situation these animals are in, they are creatures of habit. They get used to their environment, and they can even form very strong bonds with the people that take care of them. And when they're removed from that environment and separated from those people, even if it's the right thing for them, it can be really hard on them. And that was the case with Milo. He got here and he was very upset. He missed his home, he missed his owner. He had major trust issues because he was abandoned here. And despite the level of care we gave him, it really affected him, and he had a really hard time for a very long time. But he eventually came around. It took a lot of work and a lot of time, but he learned to trust us. He started forming very close bonds with certain people, and he really got used to his environment. Now he's older, he is geriatric, he's about 17, 18 years old, and he's mellowed out a lot in his old age, but and he is very content here, but yeah, it took him a while to get to that place where he could be happy. Leopards are also just really scary animals. A lot of people ask us if we're more afraid of tigers or lions, and honestly the answer is leopards. And he's gonna disappear around the corner. We're just gonna look at his rear end. Let me move again. So leopards, the point I was getting to is that they are very scary because they're super fast, they're super agile, and they're really strong. So in the wild, leopards, and he's marking again, leopards will ambush their prey. Their prey will never know that they're there before they jump on them. And then they will carry their prey, which can often be bigger than they are, up into a tree. And they do that to keep it away from other animals that may steal it from them. Animals that are bigger and stronger than they are, like hyena or lions. So in place of a tree, since Milo's enclosure has to have a roof, he has this structure that goes up, and he takes his food up there to eat a lot. It's just his instinct to get up high. But they are just incredible hunters. They're like I said, they're so fast and they're so strong and they're so unpredictable. and they're a little more aloof and he likes to lick the ground and rub on it. And as I'm talking about how scary leopards are, he does that. Again, like I've talked about, they have two sides. They can be really cute and really sweet, and then the next minute, really dangerous. They're always dangerous, but they show that dangerous side of them. So we're just gonna let him lick the dirt and roll around and be a leopard and spray more. All right, bye Milo. We have a special guest appearance. What are you doing? Oh, come here. This is Baggy. Yeah? Or Bagheera. Yeah? She is one of CARE's resident kitty cats, or we call them house meows. She patrols the area, makes sure everybody is doing what they're supposed to be doing. No one's being out of line. She's CARE's sheriff, Sheriff Baggy. Hi ladies. So these two, this is Mika on the left and Zara on the right. And Mika and Zara will both be turning 3 years old this summer, and they came, they're not related. They were both young enough when they got here and they came to us close enough that we were able to introduce them to each other so that they could grow up together. Zara came here first, and Mika came here a couple months after Zara did. And Zara, the weird thing is that when Zara first got here, she was just crazy. I mean, she was so hyper and so nuts. She was just super active, and super mischievous. But we very soon discovered after she got here that she had a broken leg. She had a spiral fracture in one of her legs, and so this really hyperactive tiger cub, I think she was around 5 months old when she got here, had to be confined to a really small area because we couldn't cast her leg because she was young and growing and a tiger. We couldn't put her in a cast, so her leg just would have to heal on its own, and so if we let her run around a whole lot, she could injure it worse, or it would never heal or heal incorrectly. So she had to really be confined. So we set up this kind of like playpen area for her, and lined it with all these dog beds so that she could roll around and play and not hurt herself. And she was just so hyper. She just was running around and doing flips and all this stuff. But fortunately, confining her like we did worked, and she healed. When Mika got here, not long after she got here, we discovered she had a broken leg. So she had to go through the same process, and that's actually how they kind of got to know each other, is we both had these 2 playpens set up right next to each other that they were both in. They were separated, but they were both in these more confined spaces. So they both had to start their time here at CARE in jail to try and recover from those broken legs. That is often a sign of poor nutrition. They weren't getting the vitamins and minerals that they needed to form strong bones. So breaks like that is really indicative of, or leads you to believe that they were not getting the proper nutrition. But fortunately, they both healed. We eventually were able to put them into an enclosure together typically they would have access to this very large space over here. There's a reason why they don't. I'm going to show you that reason in just a minute. They have access to this whole area, which is a lot smaller, not too small. I mean, they still have space that they can get to, but it's not the ideal situation. It is just a temporary situation though, because we are building new enclosures and we're going to have a huge big cat shuffle and move cats around, because we had some unexpected additions to our care family, and those additions actually kicked Miss Mika and Miss Zara out of their home for a while until they get to move to a new one. And so now I'm gonna introduce you to the scallywags that kicked these two lovely ladies out of their home. So hold on just one moment. So we have some little ones in here. So we have four about 7-month-old cubs in here. 3 boys, 1 girl. Leon, Idris, Kona, and Kel. Here's another one of the cubs. There's another one lying over there. What you doing, cutie? So these 4 cubs came to us. We got 2 of them first, and then we got the second 2 several weeks later. So the first 2, we were contacted by another facility that they had changed management, ownership, and were supposed to be neutering and spaying all their animals because the former owner had been breeding. And they currently had some babies and were really overwhelmed, said that they were not able to take care of them, and asked them if we could take 2 tiger cubs in, and they were really young at the time. And so we agreed to take in Leon and Kel. And then a couple weeks later we were contacted again and said that there were 2 more, and they were supposed to go somewhere else and ended up not going to that place, not sure why, and if we would take the other 2. And so we said, okay, sure, we'll take them. So then we had 4. We think they're all the same age, so we think that they're all siblings, but we don't know for sure. They were teeny tiny when we got them, so they were living in the sunroom, which you will find out more about the sunroom soon. It's basically a special care area. They needed to be bottle fed and cared for 24/7, but they have since gotten very big. They're all over 100 pounds now, so they're big. So we needed to move them. They were in the sunroom, then they had a temporary outside area, and the bigger they got, we needed to move them. So that is why they kicked Mika and Zara out of their enclosure. But Mika and Zara's situation is not permanent. We were already in process of building several new enclosures, and so as soon as those are done, hopefully very soon, as soon as it stops raining all the time, we'll be able to get it finished and move some cats around, and Mika and Zara will have a bigger space, and these guys will stay here. Where are the others? Huh? Where are the others? So that little snuffle noise I introduced you to a while back with Selena. So tiger cubs are born being able to snuffle, and they snuffle at their mom, and their mom snuffles at them. Yeah? Is that so? And baby tiger snuffles are pretty much the best thing in the whole world. They're beautiful. So when these guys are born, now keep in mind a tiger, depending on the type of tiger it is and if it's a male or a female, a really large Siberian tiger can get more than 600-700 pounds. They get very large, but when they're born, they're about 2 pounds. And they can fit in the palm of your hand. And they're sweet. And they don't have any teeth, and their eyes are closed, and their ears are closed. And people think that they're adorable. And they think that they can have them as a pet. But the problem is that they grow up. And they grow up really fast. Again, these guys are over 100 pounds now, and they're not even close to a year old. They're between 6 and 7 months old now. They can eat through bone at this point. I don't know if you saw when she was yawning how big her teeth are. Their claws are really big. At this age, they could very easily put you in the hospital. So even though they're born very tiny and harmless, they don't stay that way for very long. Once these guys get a little bit older, they will start gaining about a pound a day. They get big really fast. So I've been trying not to show it, but it is just part of life, and it's gonna be really hard not to show at some point. The cubs are kind of playing with their food right now. So I will go ahead and give this warning. I'm going to show it, but if you are sensitive to things, just so you know how we feed whole animal parts. I'm going to explain a little bit further, but one of the cubs has a calf leg. It is from a calf that more than likely was stillborn. I'll explain more, but I'm going to show it while I talk about it. So if you are sensitive to that, you can go ahead and end this segment of the tour, and we'll catch you next time. But if you are interested, because it is a part of life, it's part of what we do, it's part of what keeps these animals healthy, then keep watching, and I will zoom in on this. So here's the 3 boys. So this one is playing with his dinner. So this is how we feed. A lot of places feed a little bit differently than we do. Doesn't mean that it's wrong, it's just different. A lot of places feed a ground up meat product. It is ground up meat and organs and bones and sometimes added vitamins and supplements. There is nothing nutritionally wrong with that. They get everything that they need. We choose to feed in a slightly different way that we feel has added benefits. We feed what we call holistically. It is whole animal parts. The animals that we feed are donated to us from our local community. We're way out in the country, so we have access to a lot of ranchers and farmers, and when they have animals, livestock that die or that need to be put down because they are dying or in pain, they bring them to us, and that's what we feed. It actually serves a really amazing service to the community where people do not have to pay for a veterinarian. They don't have to pay for a disposal service. A lot of the owners in the area actually take a lot of comfort in bringing their animals here, particularly if they were close to them, because at least if they have passed away or need to be humanely euthanized, then at least their death is going to have something good come out of it, which is these animals are going to be fed. Big cats, all cats, are what's called obligate carnivores, meaning they have to eat meat to survive. They cannot survive on anything else. They will eat grass. They will consume plant material in the prey that they eat, but they can't survive on that. They have to have meat to survive. So we have to get our meat from somewhere, and we might as well get the freshest meat that we possibly can and use animals that either, again, have already passed away or are really injured, very old, very sick, that need to be put out of their misery anyway. Kind of circle of life kind of thing, and it is mutually beneficial. What that does is it not only allows them to have really, really fresh food, but it isn't just good for their nutrition, it's good for other parts of their body. So if you look, in order to eat, they have to tear and bite through things. That makes them use the muscles in their jaws, their necks, their shoulders. Sometimes the grown-up cats, especially if they live in groups, they get a bigger, well, hello there. They get a bigger part of the body, and so they have to use their muscles to drag it around, to move it. They will bite through bone, they will bite through ribs, they will bite through muscle and tissues, and that all causes them to use different parts of their heads and necks and shoulders and legs. Also, the parts that we give, we keep the hide on, so that hair, when they bite through it, actually works like tooth floss, and it keeps their gums and teeth very, very healthy. Our cats, even into very old age, have unbelievably clean teeth and gums, and that's part of the reason why. Another good benefit, we've talked before about enrichment. These little guys, as well as the adult cats do this just like the cubs do. They play with their food. It is fun. They can't go out and hunt like they would in the wild, but this kind of helps supplement their enrichment a little bit. They play with it, they move it around, they swing stuff around, they play keep away with each other. So actually their feeding time is a source of enrichment for them as well. Keeps them physically, emotionally, and mentally stimulated, which is super important. So that's how we feed. Hi guys! Hi! But they are very cute and very naughty and getting very big very fast. All right, I think that does it for today. I know probably everybody could sit here and watch these guys forever. But if you want to see more, we have lots more video and photos. Check out our website, learn more about the animals that you met. Follow our social media so you can stay updated on how they're doing. Subscribe to our YouTube channel so the next time that we post a new segment of the virtual tour, you'll be notified. And thank you guys for watching. Stay healthy, stay safe, take care of yourselves and each other. And there's Kel hanging out with Mika and Zara. All right, that's it for today. Thank you guys. Bye. Well, who's this? Hi, everybody. Got a new segment of our virtual tour, and we are starting with this princess. Hi. This is Raven. What's wrong? Is no one feeding you? She's really hoping somebody will bring her.
She says you're in the way of her TV.
Oh, am I in the way of your TV? Oh, yeah. We've got TV. So, why, you ask, is there a big cat with a princess bedroom and a TV? Well, Raven's a really special girl. So Raven is the oldest cat here at CARE. She's going to be 23 years old this summer, which is really, really, really old for a leopard. And she has a lot of special needs. So she was moved out of her regular enclosure into the vet center. We've seen the vet center. She was moved there a couple years ago because she's got pretty advanced arthritis and she's got some joint problems. And it was just really hard for her to get up and down from the ramps and platforms that we have in the regular leopard enclosures. So she was moved to an area that would be safer for her. And since CARE is closed to the public and not just tour groups, but our regular volunteers are not coming out, she is not getting as much interaction from people as she used to get, and she has become very lonely. So, in order to make her a little happier, she has gotten to move into the sunroom. Now the sunroom is a room that was built about 5-6 years ago when we had two lions who you will meet later, Arali and Zubiri. When they were young, about 5 or 6 months old, they were diagnosed with a condition called wobblers. We'll talk more about that later, but this sunroom was built specifically for them so that they could get the care that they needed and would get the benefit of all these windows, which gave them vitamin D and allowed them to look outside. Since then, it has been a nursery for young animals that we've had come in. It's been a recovery room for lemurs that needed some extra care and got sick. It's been a recovery room for animals that have had surgery and needed extra care. And it's even been a hospice area for animals at the end of their life. And it's really close to our executive director and founder's home. It's adjacent to her home, so she can be in here often and give the animals a little extra TLC. So now Raven gets to be in the sunroom and she gets heat in here. She has all her beds, lots of soft places to lay down. She gets to be high enough to where she can look out the windows and look outside. And she also has an outdoor area, so she can go outside anytime that she wants, and I'll go out there and show you her outdoor area. But she is getting all the luxuries that we can provide her, and she is loving every last minute of it. And there's, just so you know, there's a fence here that goes she has twinkly lights for her princess bedroom, but she can't get out, but she is very comfy in there. And I told you earlier when we were talking about Milo that even black leopards have spots, and you can kind of see now on her back end her spots. Hi, Ray. Hi, pretty girl. All right, well, it's her dinner time, so she's gonna get fed here, and I'm gonna go out and show you her outdoor area. And this is Raven's outside, so she can come out right there. She goes, we had to build around the dirt because there was no grass over here, and then she can come out here and be in the grass and underneath the tree. And she's got, of course, another bed out here. So, a little unconventional for our Raven, but she is so happy being up near the house around people right now, and at her age, you know, will do whatever she wants. And she gets to sit out here and watch the llamas, who you can see over there. We haven't met them yet, but there's one llama, there's the other llama. She gets to watch the llamas and the dogs. That's Bubs. He would very much like Raven to come out so he can say hi. And that's Gibson. That's it. That's the sunroom. That's where Raven's staying now. All right. Ray got dinner. So because of her age, she gets cut up meat. Makes it easier for her to eat. And typically with the cats, they don't get fed every day. So we kind of replicate how they would eat in the wild. The lions and tigers get fed every 4 days, because in the wild they wouldn't have a successful hunt every single day. And usually they're hunting pretty big animals, so they make a kill and then they eat on that for a couple days, and then it may be another couple days before they eat again. So we replicate that. It's called a fasting diet. And then the leopards and mountain lions typically get fed every other day. The bobcats get fed every day, as well as Kevin the serval and Malika the lynx, who you haven't met yet. And our oldest cats and our special needs cats get fed daily as well. So she gets fed every day. In nice old lady size chunks. Uh-oh. You can see a little bit how she's standing right here. Her shoulders are kind of bowed out. That's why she can't have anything really tall to climb on, because if she jumps off, she could really hurt herself. But she's a leopard, so she still likes to climb up on stuff, so we just give her really low stuff to climb up on. Is that good, Ray? All right. We'll let her finish her dinner. So we have an upside down tiger over here, and then another very snoozy tiger up there. So that's Archie up there, and that's his sister Allie, Alley Cat, over there being adorable. Allie and Archie are both some of our older cats. They are 18 years old. So again, that's getting up there. So in captivity, even though tigers in the wild, like I mentioned before, we're being told, new data says that they only usually live 8 to 10 years in the wild. In captivity, if they're well taken care of, can certainly live to mid, late teens, even into their 20s. But usually not very far past their early 20s, and that's still pretty rare. Usually mid to late teens. So they are definitely up there in age, and they are very snoozy today. Hi, Allie. So usually if a male and female are together, typically the male is the more dominant of the two, but that is not the case with these guys. Archie is a bit submissive to Miss Allie over there. She is the boss. She wears the pants in the family. It's pretty funny. They're an older couple, so they argue sometimes, but they also can be incredibly sweet to one another. They curl up and cuddle with each other. I think I'm gonna go over there and try get Allie more up close because she's just gorgeous. And that noise was our refrigerator kicking on. We have a big outdoor refrigerator. That's where we keep food for the cats. Alley cat. Hi, pretty girl. Hi, pretty girl. Oh no, you want to go back to sleep? She says it's too bright out here. So this is actually nice to see her belly. They just ate, by the way. So their bellies are very full. Big cat stomachs are made to expand a lot because they don't get fed every day like we talked about with Raven. They eat every 4 days. So they eat a whole lot all at once, and their bellies need to be able to grow bigger to hold all that food. So the day that after they eat, they look like they swallowed a blow-up ball with all the food that's packed into their bellies. Hi, pretty girl. And then over the course of the next couple days, their stomachs shrink. They also tend to be a lot lazier the day after they eat, and they get more active as the days go on. And as a matter of fact, a lot of the times here, if you see the cats pacing, they don't pace usually unless it's feeding day. And when it's feeding day, they start pacing because they get all excited because they know that they're gonna get fed. But they just ate, so not gonna see a whole lot of activity from these guys today. They're in a food coma. And tigers do eat grass, just like dogs do. They do it to settle an upset stomach, to help with digestion, sometimes just because they like to. Is that grass good? Girl, Allie. Archie didn't wake up the whole time. Arch! Arch, Arch! Archie! Nope. Not gonna do it. It's okay, he can sleep. He's allowed. Alright, bye guys! Oh, he did turn upside down though. And that's pretty cute. Alright, bye guys. Okay, we're gonna see if I'm gonna be able to get some video of him without him running up to the fence. Oh, he's eating. He's eating on a bone. Good, he might stay there. So this handsome guy, his name is Ezra, or we call him Ezzy. Ez. He's busy with his bone. As I mentioned before, they just got fed yesterday, so today they're still eating the rest of their food. And then we'll go in and clean everything up. And then another day they'll be ready to eat again. But Ezra, he's a young guy. He's about 3 years old. I think he's actually about to turn 3. Or just turned 3. And so we got a call from Texas Parks and Wildlife. They had confiscated Ezra and had asked a zoo in South Texas to hold him temporarily while they pursued legal action. And it was only supposed to be for like a couple weeks, and then they were going to find him, you know, somewhere to live permanently. But it ended up being a whole lot longer. The case just took a little mouth. The case just took a lot longer than they thought. So he was down there in at the zoo for longer than he was supposed to be. So finally, they reached out and asked if we would give him a home while they wrapped things up. And once the case was wrapped up, then we would have him permanently. So our executive director and founder, Heidi, she drove down to South Texas and picked him up. And he was under a year old. He was still a big guy, but he was under a year old when she picked him up. She brought him back. And he was just the best boy. He did so good on a very long drive. And he is another one that is a favorite of a lot of people because he just, there's something about him that just makes you fall in love with him. He went through a lot. He had a really, really tough time. The early part of his life was not easy. He went through a lot of changes. But he managed to still be able to trust people. He trusted us. And it's really incredible sometimes how these animals have the ability to not let things break them, to not let things make them angry forever. They're very resilient. But you can hear him going to town on that bone. Fortunately, you can't see it because it probably doesn't look very pretty. By the sound of it, though, it sounds like it's pretty much all bone now. Whoa! You just cracked a piece off of it. Ezzy! Ez! So Ezra, you haven't met the 2 other tigers that I'm going to talk about yet, but you will. He is going to move with 2 male tigers, Slade and Boomer, to the new enclosures that we're building. And we're building 3 separate enclosures that are going to be side by side. Boomer and Slade are brothers. And they actually, even though we haven't introduced them, they're right over here. And these enclosures over here. They're brothers. They are separated, but and Ezra, of course, is separated from them. But Ezra and Slade have become best buddies and like love each other. So all 3 of them are going to move into these enclosures that are right next to each other. And then we're going to shuffle cats around, move some cats around. Noelle the lioness. Uh-oh. Noelle, the lioness, will go into this enclosure. And she used to be in this enclosure a long time ago, and she loves this tree so much, so that's why we're going to move her back in here. Because she doesn't need all the space that she's got, and we're going to move 2 other cats that are more active and just need a bigger space over to where she is. So we determine what enclosures cats go into based on their individual needs. Their age, they get less active as they get older, so the older cats usually don't need as much room as some of the younger cats do. If there's just one cat or there's multiple cats, usually it's not full now because it's still cold outside, but once it gets warmer, that pool will have water in it. Usually tigers get the enclosures with pools because tigers love getting in water, where lions do not. We look at different things like what's in the enclosure, who their neighbors are going to be. Some cats like moving around. They think it's interesting to be in a new spot around other newer, at least new to them, animals, new neighbors. Other cats, that is really stressful for them. So the cats that enjoy moving or aren't bothered by moving, those are the cats that we typically move around to give them just a change of environment. The cats that are easily stressed by that, we don't move as often, or we only move if it's absolutely necessary. But Ezra doesn't mind moving. He's moved a couple times. But like Allie and Archie over there, they might have a hard time moving. Especially Archie. He doesn't like to go bye-bye. If it's really, really difficult to move a cat, if they will not go into a transport cage, that is a cage that is on wheels, that's how we move animals from one space to another. If they will not move easily, or if it is too stressful for them, then we will have to sedate them and move them. We don't like to sedate animals unless we absolutely have to, because the drugs that they use to sedate them can be really dangerous. If the exact right amount isn't used, it can even potentially kill them. So we don't like to do that unless we have to. All right, well, Ezra is typically a little bit more social than this, but he is very busy with his bone. So we're gonna let him finish his bone. But thank you, Ezra, for being a good boy and letting us join you. Not all cats will do that. Some of them do not like you being around while they have food, which is understandable. But we'll sign off for this segment. As always, subscribe to our YouTube channel to get notified when new virtual tour segments are up. Follow our social media to stay up with what the cats are doing, and go to our website to learn more about any of the animals that you met today. And we thank you for joining us. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and we'll see you next time. Welcome back, everybody, to our next segment of our virtual tour here at CARE. We are starting with these two ladies. That one way over there, that is YOLO. YOLO was social distancing before social distancing was cool. And this one, this is Dahlia. And she really has no concept of personal space. She's having some kind of tantrum right now. I don't know what is going on, but she is having some lamitude. So I'm going to tell you about Yolo and Dahlia and where they came from, and a little bit about llamas first, or the llama family. So there are 4 animals, distinct species, that are often confused, and that is llamas, alpacas, guanacos, and vicuñas. May I help you? Lord. So they all look very similar, but they're all very, very different species, and they're all part of the camelid family. So she's just a mess. So yeah, they're related to camels. But so here's the difference between those 4. Llamas and alpacas, which Yolo is a llama. She is what is known as a Surrey llama. So llamas come in all different colors, color variations, patterns, and hair types. And she is what's called a Surrey llama. Her hair is very long and silky, and is used a lot in knitting and textiles. So she is the Surrey llama. Llamas are larger than alpacas. Alpacas are smaller, but they are both domesticated animals. So people have domesticated them over the years to be of service to humans. Both of them, llamas and alpacas, were domesticated from a wild species. So in the case of alpacas, it was, she's trying to push me over. So in the case of alpacas, it was the vicuña, and in the case of llamas, it was the guanaco. Dahlia here is a guanaco. So she is actually the wild species that llamas were domesticated from. Okay, we're back. Sorry, I got interrupted. I had to go help clean enclosures for a while. So we are back, and we were talking about how Dahlia over there is actually a guanaco, which is the wild species that llamas, like Yolo, were domesticated from. So I wanted to talk about domestication really quick, because a lot of people misunderstand what that word means. So domestication is not taking a wild animal, putting it in captivity, or even breeding it in captivity, and it becoming used to people or socialized with people, it being trained or tamed, or however you want to say it. That's not how domestication works. Domestication of an animal happens over generations and generations of selective breeding. So taking an animal and breeding it so that they develop certain characteristics and behaviors that are beneficial to people. So it takes a lot of time to create a domesticated animal species, and not all wild animals can become domesticated. Wild animals have to have certain qualities or characteristics already that make them able to be domesticated. Anywhere from the type of food that they eat, to their temperaments, to whether they get scared easily, to whether they are social animals or not. All these different things make an animal more likely to be domesticated. But again, it takes generations and generations of breeding for that to happen. So domesticating an animal means changing a wild species at the genetic level. So once you have a domesticated animal, they are genetically different than their wild counterparts. So even though they look kind of similar, Dahlia and Yolo are very different. This is the funny thing though. Yolo, being the domesticated species, is not very interested in being around people. She's very independent, wants to be on her own or with Dahlia, that's about it. She's pretty shy with people. Dahlia, on the other hand, thinks she's a person, even though she is a wild species and Yolo is domesticated. And that is because Dahlia is pretty special. So I'll tell you a little bit about how these two came here. I don't know if you noticed earlier, and it's a little hard to see right now, but Dahlia is missing something. She's missing one of her back legs. So she only has 3 legs. And she came to us when she was a month old. She was teeny tiny. I think she weighed like 20 pounds. She was absolutely adorable, really fuzzy and fluffy and sweet. And the gentleman that brought her here brought her with a broken leg. And he didn't know what to do with her and wasn't willing to fix her leg. So we called our vet out, and our vet came and took a look and feeled around on her leg and thought, you know, maybe I can go in there, do some surgery, put a plate and some screws in there and fix her leg. But when he put her under and went in and looked at her leg, it was so bad and so old. It had, the bone had started knitting together in a way that affected her hip and would make it impossible for her to really use that leg. So he gave us the choice of what we wanted to do, and we chose to have her leg amputated and give her a chance. She was very lucky that she was so young when this happened, because she grew up and adapted to only having 3 legs. But she's a tripod. She only has 3 legs. And then, so when Dahlia was really young, she was always drawn to all the other animals. And she's gonna come over here again because she has to be up in everybody's business. Hello, ma'am. Hi. Hi. Yes, I know you're there. Hi. Hi. Okay. All right. Yeah, she's. Please get out of my face. She's a mess. So when she was young, first of all, she had to be bottle fed because she didn't have her mom, and for at least first couple months of her life, she lived in the house because she had to be cared for around the clock because she had just had her leg amputated, and she was babied and pampered, and she really thought she was a person. In that we did that to save her life and to give her a good chance, but it also kind of ruined her because she's trying to push me again. She thinks she's a person and she thinks she's the boss, don't you? Yeah, you get attitude, don't you? Mm-hmm. She likes to spit on people and just be a nuisance, but that's okay, we love her anyway. Anyway, so when she was young, we also happened to have 2 young lions who you will meet later on, Raleigh and Zubiri, and when they were really tiny, she helped take care of them. She was absolutely in love with them. They were with her at all times. She really loved on them, made sure that they were okay. Llamas have a reputation of being amazing guard animals. A lot of people get llamas to guard their sheeps and goats. They're very attentive animals. They pay attention and make sure that there's no danger around, and she kind of did that with these little lions. And so when they started getting bigger and were really starting to get too big for her, where it was starting to become a little dangerous, we had to ma'am, we had to separate her from them, and it was very sad because she missed her babies a whole lot. And someone in the area that raises llamas heard about Dahlia and heard that she was now all by herself, and she is so bad. She knocked my phone out of my hand. So to finish up, if you will please allow me to do that, Missy. Someone in the area who raises llamas heard about Dahlia and that she was by herself, and they brought us YOLO. They had raised her and they said Dahlia really needed a friend, so they brought YOLO to be her friend. And they live together now and they get along great. Dahlia immediately loved her. Thought that it was really cool to have another llama. And so, yeah, these two ladies hang out. They do their thing. Why are you stomping? YOLO's a very good girl, and Dahlia is not. Sometimes she is. All right, that's enough with the llamas. The llama and the guanaco. Let's go meet somebody else. You guys remember Baggy? Hey, Gara, how are you doing today? Huh? How you doing? Huh? Hi, Bags. All right, everybody, meet Firebug, Buggy. You can come say hi? Hi, Bug. All right, so Bug decided to lay down right by the fence, which is always hard to video when they do that. But anyway, so Fire, is a pretty special girl. She has an interesting background. Fire is a little sight impaired, meaning she doesn't see very well. When she was younger, we give all of the cats that come here, we give them a round of vaccinations, just like you would your dog or your cat at home. We do that so that they are protected from getting illnesses. And the vaccines that we give them are a combination of domestic cat, domestic dog, and ferret vaccinations. And typically it goes off without a hitch, no problem. However, in Fire's case, there was a problem. She had a very, very bad reaction to the vaccination, and she went into a coma. And she eventually woke up from her coma, but when she did, she was blind. And it was really scary. And we called in, we had an amazing... Are you gonna try to get me? She really tries to get me a lot. She thinks it would be very fun to eat me. So we had an amazing, where are you going? Amazing donor who paid for some specialists to come in. Oh, yeah. She's gonna try to get me. I see you, sweetie. You may not be able to see me very well, but I see you just fine. Hi, Bug. Hi, Bug. I see you. You're just gonna do this as long as I sit here, aren't you? Yep. Yep. There she goes! My goodness. Okay. Buggy. Feel better? Yeah? Okay. Yeah, she, for whatever reason, there's something about me that she would really, really like to get me. And she's not like that with everybody. It just happens to be certain people, and I'm one of them. I thought she was gonna be calmer with me today, but I guess not. And then she's gonna be cute. See, this is what I told you guys about before. They can be super aggressive one minute and roly-poly the next. But getting back to Fire's story. So she woke up from her coma. We had an amazing donor that hired some specialists to come work with her, and she was blind, but after some treatment she regained most of her sight. She has never been able to see really well, but she can at least see somewhat. It does seem to be deteriorating a little bit now that she's gotten older. She's 15 years old now. So her eyesight seems to be getting a little bit worse as time goes on, but she can still see enough to get around, and she can still see me enough to want to pounce on me. While she has her back turned to us, I'll tell you about something pretty cool about tigers. So all tigers have those white spots on the back of their ears, and nobody really knows what they're for. There's a lot of theories, but no one's 100% sure. So some people think it is a way that they communicate. They flick their ears, and it's a way that they have body language to communicate with other tigers. Some think it is to look like eyes so that other animals, other predators, do not sneak up on them from behind. Remember, I was telling you about how tigers, some people wear masks on the back of their head to keep tigers from attacking them in India. What do you see, Bug? Oh, she sees her neighbor, Melita, over there, who we're going to talk about in a second. So, again, some people think that those spots are made to look like eyes, so they don't get snuck up on. And some people think it's a signaling device, kind of, for females that have cubs. It's so their cubs can see them in tall grasses. They, you know, just watch for those white spots on the back of their dark ears and can follow them. But again, I mean, these are just theories. No one knows 100% for sure what exactly they're for. But we mentioned Melita, her next door neighbor. So when Buggy was really young and how, you know, initially had this eyesight problem, we happened to take in another young tiger, female tiger, who was about 8 weeks old when we took her in, and her name is Melita. And they lived together for years and years. And when they were young, Melita actually served as Fire's seeing eye tiger. She really would help her navigate her surroundings. And they were together for a really, really long time. Eventually we separated them. They started, Melita, I'll talk a little bit about her. She's an interesting cat. And her aggression issues, which she does have aggression issues, started to get a little too much for Fire here. And so it was just better to separate them so that Fire could be a little happier a little bit more relaxed and not so on edge because she was having to kind of watch her back all the time with Melita. So let's go say hi to Melita. The kids just got fresh water in their pools and all their toys back after we cleaned their enclosure. So just in case you needed a little extra cute today. There you go. Hi, pretty girl. So this is Melita. Hi. Yeah. So Melita is a really interesting cat. So we mentioned, oh, she's got a little tongue sticking out. Some work being done behind me, so just excuse the noise. So Melita's really interesting because she came here when she was about 8 weeks old, and she came here in seemingly perfect health. She was strong and healthy and looked great, but she had the worst was that a fly? Is that fly bothering you? She had the worst attitude we've ever seen. And she's got, just so you know, she's got some blood on her that is not her blood. She was eating. So they get kind of messy when they eat. But yeah, really, really bad attitude. Just incredibly, incredibly aggressive. Don't know why. She just was vicious from day one. So vicious. Look at how vicious. But just as we saw with fire, that can change really fast. Really, really, really fast. So yeah, she just bad attitude. Don't know what the problem was. She hates men, absolutely hates them. Usually on tours, we have to skip her enclosure, particularly if there are men on the tour, and particularly big men, big tall men. She will go absolutely berserk if she sees a bunch of men on a tour. So we a lot of times have to go around her to give her her space. She's not a huge fan of kids either. Usually pretty good with women, although she can just snap at a moment's notice. She's very unpredictable. Her moods are very unpredictable. The men thing, there is one exception. One of our senior volunteers has known her since she first got here, and she absolutely adores him. His name is JD, and he can usually calm her down when no one else can. She just loves him. But other than him, all men typically are evil to her. But she's absolutely gorgeous. I mean, she is so pretty. She's got incredible markings, beautiful chuff or snuffle, and she really can be very delightful. But you never know what mood she's going to be in on any given day. She is very relaxed right now because they have been eating, so her belly is really big. She's got a huge belly right now. They're all kind of out for the count because, as we talked about before, they eat a whole bunch at once and then they digest that over several days. So they got fed. in the last day or so, and today we're cleaning up. So when we go in, all of the cats have a lockdown area. I'm not sure if I've talked about that before or not, but they have a smaller area that has a door that can be pinned and locked, and they go in there. We close the door behind them, we check it, and then we can enter their enclosures and clean up all of their poo and bones and stuff that they leave that they don't want to eat. And then they have a nice new clean enclosure when we're done. So we're gonna clean her in just a second because she has got some nasty food over in the corner that I am not showing because it's not something you want to look at. But we're gonna get it out of there and get her all cleaned up. And she's just gonna nap the day away. All right, well that does it for today's virtual tour segment, and we will see you next time. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and get notified whenever we have a new video up. Please share these with your friends and family, people that may need a pick-me-up, may need a distraction from everything that's going on. We hope everybody is staying safe and healthy. Follow us on social media for more about the cats every single day and all the animals, and of course visit our website to learn more about their stories. All right, thanks a lot guys. We'll see you later. Bye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another segment of the Care Virtual Tour. Today, we're gonna start with Godzilla. Godzilla is our tortoise, and before I introduce you to him, I just want everybody to take a second and just guess how much Godzilla weighs. I'm not going to tell you how old he is or what kind of tortoise he is, but just guess how much he weighs, and we'll see if you're right. Be right back. All right, everybody, meet Godzilla. Hi, Godzilla. Godzilla is a sulcata tortoise. They're also known as an African spurred tortoise. And just so you can get an idea of how big Godzilla is, I'm just gonna, whoa, sorry Godzilla, didn't mean to kick you. That's my foot. He's a big boy. So the last time we weighed Godzilla, he's coming in, it's starting to get cold. So he's been out grazing with the llamas. Yes, he lives with the llamas. He's been out grazing, and now he is heading into his indoor area that has a heater because it's starting to get a little chilly outside. And sulcata tortoises are desert dwellers. And Godzilla is about, I know I'm in your way, aren't I? He's about 31 or 32 years old. He will straight up run me over too. I don't move out of his way. Okay. Let me open the door for you. So this is his indoor area. I'm sorry. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Okay, there, now you can go. You can go, it's safe. It's safe, you're fine. Okay, so here's his indoor area. He's got a little pool over there. He gets in that, and that's how he stays hydrated. Being from the desert in Africa, he doesn't need a whole lot of moisture, but he does need some, so that helps keep his area a little humid, and he can crawl in it whenever he wants to and soak up a little bit of water. And then he has a heat lamp in here, window, so he can stay nice and warm and toasty in there. And then he's got this flap on the bottom of the door so he can go in and out whenever he wants. But he is pretty cool. He is like having a dinosaur around. All right, big man really wanted to come inside, so we came inside so he can get warm. So how we got Godzilla, someone that is very familiar with our facility, rescues animals from time to time, and she rescued Godzilla, I want to say about 15 years ago, and he was living on her property for all this time and doing great, but he kind of outgrew her space that she had for him. Plus, she had also rescued some female tortoises, and Mr. Godzilla here wouldn't leave them alone. So he was harassing the ladies a little bit too much. So she wanted to see if we would take him in and let him live here at CARE with us. And we did. And when he first got here, the llamas were very, very confused. They did not understand why this big rock was moving around their yard, and they screamed at him and did not like him at all. But now Dahlia gives him kisses all the time. YOLO just doesn't care. She doesn't care about much. But he has just settled in here, and we like having him here. He's pretty cool. But he is going to live a really long time. So even though he's in his early 30s, these tortoises can live, I've heard, anywhere from over 80 years old to over 100 years old. So he's going to live for a really, really long time still. A lot of people don't realize that when they get some species of tortoise as pets, is that they live a really long time, and a lot of times they can outlive their owners. Of course, that wasn't the case with, well, actually, I don't know if that's the case with Godzilla. I don't know where he originally came from. I just know that the woman that asked us to take him rescued him. So I don't know exactly what his situation was before he came here, but it is entirely possible that he was bought as a pet and just kind of outgrew his spot that he was in, and someone wasn't able to take care of him long term. But we are. He'll have a home here for as long as he needs one. All right, Godzilla, you can go take a nap now. We'll see you later. Hi, handsome. Yeah. This handsome guy is Boomer. Hi, Boom. Boomer is one of our big boys. He is very large. Large and in charge. Where are you going? You gonna go hang out with brother? That is actually Boomer's brother, Slade, over there. Hi, handsome. So we talked, I believe, in another segment about lockdown areas. So that's what these are. So these two areas are lockdown areas. They have their enclosure, and then they have this area that has a door that can be shut. And here you can see it's shut, pinned, and that secures them so that we can go into their enclosure and clean. So Boomer and Slade got here when they were itty bitty. And they were just as sweet as they could be when they were tiny, as most cubs are. And then as they started getting older, oh, they just turned into little monsters. They were awful. I mean, they were just so badly behaved. They were bad boys. Before they were named Boomer and Slade, we called them Scooby-Doo and Scrappy-Doo. And Boomer here was Scooby-Doo, and Slade over there was Scrappy-Doo. And we'll talk about him in a minute and why he was Scrappy-Doo. But then we had, you know, taking on new cats, especially cubs, that require formula so that they can get the nutrients that they need and grow strong. We held a auction for naming rights for them. So we had 2 people win an auction to be able to name them, and Boomer here was named after the football player Boomer Eliason. And then Slade over there was named after the comic book character, the Green Arrow? I'm not sure. I'm not a comic book person, but it's something like that. They're about 5 years old now, so they are fully grown, and they are big, massive, strong dudes. As a matter of fact, we are, I think I spoke about this a little bit, about us building some new enclosures. The new enclosures that we're building are actually specifically for Boomer and Slade here, because they're so big and strong. They need an extra reinforced area for them. So that's who we're building the enclosures for. So soon they'll move out of these enclosures and actually get a bigger space for them. Isn't that right, Boom? But Boomer, growing up, Boomer was, if there was a calm one, which is questionable, it was Boomer. Slade was anything but calm. Slade was a maniac. But he's really stunning. So our founder and executive director, Heidi, even though she's worked with big cats for the last 30 years, more than 30 years, her actual background is in child psychology, which has, believe it or not, come in handy working with big cats. We like to say that the big cats are, even though they're really strong and really powerful and really big, they have the mentalities of toddlers. They have no filter. They do exactly how they're feeling when they feel it. And that's part of what makes them so dangerous. But when Slade was young, he was so crazy. And Heidi would kind of talk about how it was almost like he had a sensory problem. Too many sounds, too many smells, too many colors, and he would just get overwhelmed and just kind of short circuit. It's very hard to explain unless you were there and saw it. He just would go haywire sometimes and just be just like a Tasmanian devil. But he has definitely calmed down as he's gotten older. And he's a pretty good boy now. But they are both just giant guys. They have both very large heads, very large shoulders, very large front legs. Hi, buddy. Yeah? Tell me about it. But they are pretty impressive tigers. And the new enclosures that we're building 3. One for Boomer, one for Slade, and then this little guy over here. Ezra is Slade's best friend. And so Ezra is going to move over there to be neighbors with Slade. So you might want to know why the brothers are separated. They got along great until they started hitting puberty and they started reaching maturity. And Boomer here got some pretty serious food aggression, and they both just started picking on each other a little bit too much and a little too intensely for our preference. And we were really, really scared that they would hurt each other because of how big and how powerful they are. We just didn't want to take any chances. So they used to live together in a really large enclosure in the back of the property that you'll see later on. And we moved them into this enclosure so that they could be neighbors, so that they could still stay together, because they do still love each other. They chuff and snuffle at each other through the fence, and they hang out together, but it's just best if they can't actually get to one another. So we separated them for their safety. Most siblings get along. You know, they get along for their whole lives. Some don't. And sometimes you have to separate them to keep them safe or to keep them happy. Sometimes they just get stressed living with one another. It's not always a good thing, even though we do very much prefer that they have companions. Sometimes that's not what they want. So we try to do what's best for them. But they're pretty happy. They don't really show that they're having much of a problem being separated. It's probably a lot calmer for them to have their own spaces but still get to see each other. And a fun fact too, it's really hard to see, but in the wintertime, they grow out their fur a little longer and it gets lighter in color. The orange gets lighter, the black stripes get lighter, and as it starts getting warmer, they start shedding. So a lot of that fur on the top of Boomer's neck is still his winter fur, and when he starts shedding it off, you'll see smoother, darker fur underneath. It's pretty cool. There's a few spots on top that you can't see that are starting to shed, but it looks kind of scraggly up there, and that's because he's starting to lose that winter fur. And tigers, a lot of people don't know this, but their stripes, first of all, their stripes are like our fingerprints. Every single tiger has a unique stripe pattern that is unique to them. And their stripes are different on each side, so they don't have the same stripes on each side. And field biologists, when they're studying tigers in the wild and they use camera traps or take photos of tigers, they use their stripe patterns to identify individuals. But a tiger's stripes are actually on their skin. So it's not just their fur that's striped, it's their skin that's striped. If you shave a tiger, you will see their stripe pattern on their skin. So in times that we've had cats that needed surgery and the area that was being treated had to be shaved, we could very clearly see the stripes on their skin. It's pretty cool. And a lot of people ask us how we tell our cats apart. And like I said, their stripe patterns are completely unique to them. And it depends on who you talk to. A lot of us use different ways to tell them apart. Some, it's a stripe pattern on their shoulder. Others you can just tell apart because they're a slightly different color or of a size difference. But my trick is I look at the markings right above their eyes, particularly their left eye. That's usually what I look at, what you would call their eyebrow. Every single one of them has a completely different marking, different pattern above their eye. And that's what I use to tell them apart. But a lot of people with Slade here, if you look at his cheek, the area below his eye, it looks like he has a W written on his cheek, and that's how a lot of people tell them apart. To me, it's really obvious with Boomer and Slade though, because Slade is much darker orange and a darker stripe pattern than his brother Boomer. But that sums up Mr. Slade, or as we call him, Slado Potato, or Mr. Potato Head. We have funny nicknames for all the cats. And his brother Boomer, who just wants to sleep. All right, well that does it for today. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Please make sure you subscribe to our channel so you can get updated when we have new videos. Please share these videos with people that you know, animal lovers in your life, kids that might learn something. Check out our website to learn more about the animal stories. Follow us on social media to keep up with what's going on. And we hope you all stay healthy and safe out there. And we'll see you next time. Bye. What is going on? Oh my gosh. So welcome back everybody to another segment of our virtual tour here at CARE. And we are starting today out with this sassy girl. This is Kiara. And Kiara is a lioness. She's an older girl. I'm trying to remember their ages off the top of my head. I guess I should have prepared better, but I believe that she is 15 or 16 years old. And Kiara came with 4 other cats. You already met 2 of them, Wren and Munchie, and then Princess and Malika, who you haven't met yet, that you'll meet today. They all came from a private facility that also had a traveling zoo type situation, and that organization is no longer operating. And they rehomed all of their animals and asked us to take in these 5. And we were happy to do so. And actually we were supposed to have 6. Kiara lived with, oh my goodness, why so cranky? She lived with a male. Oh my gosh. She lived with a male at her former, what? Every time I say that, you get upset. Okay, we won't talk about it. We won't talk about it. Okay. Anyway, he had a tumor on his rear end, and the facility that she was at, they sedated him to remove the tumor. And he unfortunately passed away overnight. He came out of the surgery okay, but didn't make it to morning, and it was very sad, and we were very upset for her because she had to come to a brand new home that she'd never been to and come alone. But we heard that he wasn't very nice to her either. So she may be okay with being by herself, because we heard he was kind of food aggressive and didn't let her eat as much as she should. But anyway, she's eating all of the food now, aren't you? Yes, you are. And Kiara's a little funny. Ma'am, I'm not doing anything. She kind of struggles with being sweet and then being grumpy. It's like she can't figure out which she should be. And when she's sweet, she's super sweet. And then when she's grumpy, she's super grumpy. But a lot of times we'll come over and go by her fence and sit down. She'll be over on the other side. What? I know. Okay, I just moved a little bit because Miss Kiara was getting very cranky that I was sticking a camera in her face and was yelling at me. So we're better over here. And a lot of times like this, we'll come and sit, you know, across the other side of the enclosure from her. We never try to force ourselves on the cats. They can always walk away if they want to. They don't have to come to the fence and see us if they don't want to. But you know, we'll come and sit down and just see if she wants some interaction. She'll get up, come across the enclosure, sit down next to us, rub on the fence, be all affectionate, and then all of a sudden start grumbling and growling and being cranky. Not really sure what's going on with that, but Kiara is amazing. She has come such an incredibly long way since she first got here. She was in not the best condition when she arrived. She suffers from skin allergies, and so she was really particularly having a bad time with her skin when she got here, and all the hair on her tail was missing. There was all kinds of spots on her face and her neck and her back and her stomach and all over her where she was missing fur, and it was just irritated skin. She also had really, really bad teeth. She has come a very long way. Her coat looks amazing. She still has the skin allergy. She still has little flare-ups every now and then where she'll start getting irritated skin and lose a little bit of her fur, but for the most part it's in check. Her fur and skin look amazing. Her weight looks amazing. Her teeth still aren't great. But we did have our veterinarian sedate her and take a look at her teeth, and they weren't as bad off as we originally thought, but she is probably going to need some dental work in the near future to just keep her from being in any pain and having any discomfort, because if their teeth hurt, it makes it really hard for them to eat. So we don't want her to be in pain. We don't want her to have any difficulty eating. So we'll probably address that pretty soon. And I'm gonna go over and see if she will tolerate me getting close to her one last time before we go and meet someone else, or if she's gonna get grumpy again. Hi, gorgeous. Hi, gorgeous. Can I get a close-up of you, or are you gonna get grumpy? Huh? Hi, beautiful. Hi, beautiful. You're doing so good. Yeah, you're doing a good job. She is so amazing. And when she got here, you know, we talked about Wren, and Wren had a really difficult time when she got here. She was the one that, remember I told you, wouldn't get out of her transport cage and then hid in the corner and just really was terrified. Kiara was not. When she got out of her transport cage and went into the enclosure, she went straight for that ball over there. She went straight for the toys, and she just adjusted really well. So she's doing great. Okay, now we're cranky again. Okay. All right, we'll say goodbye to Kiara. We'll go meet some of her friends. Bye, darling. All right. We have got one of the most beautiful girls up here. This is Princess. And Princess is another one of our white tigers. And she also came with Kiara and Munchie and Wren and Malika, who you'll meet in a little bit. And we talked a little bit about how Wren adjusted. Wren was terrified, had a really hard time her first day here, her first couple days, but boy, she adjusted really quick, and she is just the happiest cat now. Kiara, she's grumpy, but she adjusted really well as can be expected. Princess here, she had a hard time, not like Wren did. So when Princess got here, she's really young. She's only about 3 years old now, or 4 years old. So she was about 2 years old when she got here, and she getting unloaded, and you know, she was in a transport cage that we rolled over here to this enclosure. And when we put her in the enclosure and she got out, she was exploring. She never showed any signs of being uncommonly stressed. She was getting up on the platform. She was checking things out. She was snuffling and chuffing at everybody. She seemed like probably the cat that was adjusting the best out of all of them. And then it changed, and it changed in an instant, and we aren't sure exactly what changed, but all of a sudden the same day, whoa, I sure wasn't going to interrupt that. That was our 2 boy lions who are behind Princess here, who you'll meet later, and Miss Kiara, who we just met. A motorcycle went by, and they think motorcycles sound like other lions, so they get all roary when they hear a motorcycle. But back to Princess. So, yeah, things changed very quickly. She went from, you know, I mean, she was a little apprehensive. She was a little tentative. She was a little nervous, but she certainly wasn't aggressive. She sure wasn't like hiding in a corner like Wren was. She was exploring, and again, she was chuffing at everybody, and then she went to being absolutely terrified. And horribly terrified. We were just brokenhearted for her. She did not want to come out of her lockdown here for a very, very long time. For months that she was here, I want to say probably almost a year. We had her locked down, covered on all sides by tarps so that it would provide her some privacy and some security, and she would feel a little bit more protected. Animals, when they're scared, a lot of times they will seek smaller spaces, spaces that have protection on several sides, so that they don't feel as exposed. So she did not want to come out of this lockdown for a very long time. She had a really hard time. We had an intern at the time that really took to her, and that Princess also took to, Carrie Lynn, and she worked with her a lot. And she would come out here and play with her. Several other people got along with Princess really well and would give her special attention. And we would do a lot of positive reinforcement with her. When she'd come out, be calm and interact, she'd get chicken. Doing everything that we possibly could to let her know that she was safe and that no one was going to hurt her. And eventually, she started coming out more. Now she fully uses her enclosure. She plays. She loves like hiding behind that ball over there and waiting for you to come up, and then she'll come running out from behind the ball. She is really super friendly with a lot of the volunteers. She has a really sweet nature about her. She's very playful. And she lounges on top of her platforms now. She has a pool that's behind that wooden box there. And she gets in the pool. Prin! Princess! Hi! You want to come down and say hi? Prin! But she has really come around. She's another one that's come a long way. We're really proud of her. She still has her moments. She does not like any of our big vehicles like our tractor and the lawnmower. The lawnmower is very bad. The mule, so mowing her enclosure is always a very scary thing for her. She does not like it. It's necessary though, but usually she'll be in the lockdown and we'll have someone standing by the lockdown with her, talking to her, just letting her know that it's okay while her enclosure gets mowed very quickly. But other than that, she has just turned down into a really calm, sweet-natured, happy cat. But we were really, really worried about her for a very long time. We were very concerned because she is so terrified of everything and everyone. But she is probably one of the prettiest little girls I've ever seen. It's a shame that she's all the way up there and you can't see her, because she has the pinkest bubblegum pink nose and the bluest turquoise eyes. And she's just very dainty and very feminine looking. And that was Munchie. He just got mad at our intern who was trying to fill his water bucket. Guess he does not want his water bucket filled right now. But anyway, yeah, that's Princess. She's wonderful. Prin! And she's just not going to get up for anything. She's tired. She's sleepy. All right, let's go and meet our next cat. Okay, before I take off, I wanted to get one last little glimpse at her because she's just so pretty. She's a gorgeous girl. That little pink nose. All right, bye, Prin. All right. Oh. So here's the last cat that came with that group of Ren and Munchie, Kiara, and Princess. This is Malika. And Malika is a Siberian lynx, also known as an Eurasian lynx. And so there are 4 cats in the lynx family. 3 are actually called lynx, and the 4th is the bobcat. So lynx and bobcats are related. There's the Siberian lynx, the Iberian lynx, Canadian lynx, and then bobcat. But Malika here is much bigger than a bobcat. You can't see because she's not standing up, but she is all legs. She is very, very, very leggy. And she's a big girl. I'm actually gonna go on the other side and see if I can get a better view of her. There we go. That's a better view. Hi, Malika. So Malika has a really stunning face, and she's got those tufts on the end of her ears. They're pretty cool. She's just really pretty and fluffy. And she does get fluffier in the wintertime. And in the summertime, she has a little bit of a sleeker coat. Like bobcats, they have short tails. It's hard to see because she's in the grass, but they have a short tail with a black tip. Big old feet. And their feet, you can see on her front foot, have fur pretty much covering the bottom of their feet. And that acts as kind of a snowshoe. So where most lynx live, it's icy or snowy. And so having that fur on the bottom of their feet helps them from sliding around too much. Hey, pretty girl. Malika is just kind of, oh. So she is looking at probably, I'll give you a little glimpse over here. These are our male lions. You'll meet them soon. She thinks that they are very stinky, and she does not like them. And she's always keeping an eye on them because they have to be up to something. She does not trust them. So yeah, she's always checking out what they're doing. We moved her over here. We built this very long, it goes way, way down. We built this for her after we got her. And when we first moved her in, she was over where Kevin is now, Kevin the serval. Before we got him, we had her and she was over there. Then we moved her over here because she needed more space. And she was not real happy with us for a while because she really didn't like those big old lions. But now she's fine, but she keeps a close eye on them. Are you gonna get up or are you gonna show everybody how tall you are? Huh? So you can kind of get an idea, even though she's not completely standing up, you can kind of get an idea of how leggy she is. Oh, stretch. She's like a model, a supermodel. And there she goes. Well, what happened? Oh, she sat down. Hi. I was waiting for you. Doesn't hurt just sometimes to just look at them. This is my favorite thing. This is my favorite part of volunteering with CARE. It's just sitting and watching them. She's pretty amazing. Oh, and there goes Kiara again. Alrighty then. So Malika is just her personality. She's a little bit more aloof than a lot of the other cats. She's kind of okay just doing her own thing. Although she does love some catnip enrichment. Her and the bobcats all really love catnip. And she also really likes to be scratched with a long metal scratcher that we have. So a lot of the small cats, we have these extendable back scratchers where we can give them some scratches safely, and she absolutely loves it. Particularly during the spring when it's shedding time, because they get kind of itchy when they're shedding all their winter fur. So she appreciates the extra help grooming. I think she's thinking about jumping up on her platform. That's her favorite spot. You gonna go up there? Maybe not. All right, well, I think that wraps up today's visit. Stay tuned for more. Subscribe to our YouTube channel to make sure you get notified when we have a new video up. And you can check out our website. Oh, look at her claws, just by the way. Those claws are no joke. Hi, honey. Yeah. Those are serious dagger claws. Those would hurt very bad. But she's got really cool paws. Anyway, okay, so yeah, visit our website for more information about the animals. Follow us on social media to stay up to date with all the animals, and share with your friends and family, anybody that needs a little virtual time outside with the animals. Sorry, an airplane's going over. I don't like that either, Malika. All right, and please, everybody, stay healthy and safe, and we'll see you next time. All right, bye-bye. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another segment of our care virtual tour. Today we're starting it out with our chickens. These are the care chickens. As you can see, they are free range. They have a coop out in the field that they get locked up in overnight, but during the day they can go wherever they want. So I will tell you right now, I know nothing about chickens, but I'm trying to learn. I do know the breeds that we have. These right here are rooster, and several of the hens are barred Plymouth Rock chickens. That right there is a Rhode Island Red. And you guys met Belindy. I'm combining Bindi and Bellini together. Bellini, much earlier in the segments, our special needs chicken. She is a Rhode Island Red as well. And then we've got some Easter eggers, as they're called. They've got funny heads. But yeah, we got the chickens. We use a lot of eggs, and we use eggs to feed the bobcats, Kevin the serval. I'm keeping a close eye on this guy because sometimes he gets very upset if the girls get too close to me, and he goes into attack mode. And if you've never been attacked by a rooster, let me tell you, it's not all that fun. He basically just throws himself at me. But he's doing his job. His job is to protect the ladies. And he does that very well. But anyway, so we use eggs to feed a lot of the smaller cats. Bindi gets eggs every day. The lemurs, who you haven't met yet, but you will, they get eggs. And so our, pardon me, so our operations director, Destiny, has really kind of been leading the charge to make care more sustainable. And so she had the idea to get chickens so that we could have our own eggs. And that way we would know exactly where the eggs are coming from. They'd be super fresh, totally organic. And we know that the chickens would be kept ethically. So, I mean, the chickens, this is their home, just like it's the home of any of the other animals here. So we got a bunch of chickens. One of our chickens turned out to be a rooster. Hadn't planned on that, but that's okay. Like I said, he has a job. He does his job very well. He protects the ladies. But they're pretty funny. They kind of just do what they want. Make a bunch of noise. Eat all the bugs. I could sit here all day watching the chickens. I find them to be fascinating. You are a very good boy. So, last thing about the chickens, they all have names. I do not know their names. Destiny named them all after drinks. So I think the Rhode Island Red right there is Corona. Corona the beer, not the virus. Yeah, that loudmouth. So again, when we got them, they were all chicks and thought they were all girls. And this one was named Martini. And then one of our board members has a close friend that she wanted to name a chicken after. So Martini's name then became Jemima Martini. And then Jemima turned out to be a boy. So Derek, who is another director here and also married to our executive director and founder, he started calling this one Jeremy. So Jeremy's being very well behaved today by not launching himself at me and trying to kill me. So very proud of Jeremy. But yeah, that's it. Oh, like other names, I think there's like a Cosmo, there's like of course Bellini, who you met. I don't remember the others. Like I said, I don't really know a whole lot about chickens. I think they're cool, but I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to learn more about the chickens. But that's it. There's not much more to say about chickens. This is what they do. But they do a good job of it. Thanks, Jeremy. So this guy over here is Nadal. We're going to talk about him and his brother Diwali. It is kind of a warm day. It's like 75 degrees. And that means it is sleepy town. Hey, sleepyhead. Sleepyhead. Oh, well, come on, lazy bones. You don't do nothing all day. You can come down here and say hi. Yeah, is that so? So many whines. So many whines and cries. I woke you. I woke you up. I made you move. I know. I know. I know I'm so mean. And by the way, I think I just totally messed it up. This is Diwali. Did I say Nadal? I don't remember. Anyway, this is Diwali. You're just so sad. Oh, it's so sad. So sad. So you're gonna go back up to your napping spot, aren't you? Yeah, he says, I've had enough of this. I came down to say hi. I did my job. I'm done. Yeah, I get it. It's fine. It's fine. So, Diwali and Nadal, his brother, such a mess. If you guys remember Naya and Shanti, the two sisters that we met, I think in the second episode, Nadal and Diwali came with them from the same place, a facility in Florida, that couldn't take care of them, asked if somebody could take in some of their cats, and is now under different ownership management. We were told that we were getting all adults, or we were under the assumption that we were getting all adults, but Naya and Shanti were like 2.5 years old, and Nadal and Diwali were like just over a year old. They were little still when we got them, so we were kind of surprised when they arrived. We were expecting big boys and we got kind of little boys. I mean, they weren't super tiny at a year old. They were, you know, pretty big, but they've definitely grown as time has gone on here. But I think I spoke about the girls when they got here. We put them actually in this enclosure, the two girls, and then Nadal and Diwali, the two boys, went in that enclosure over there where Nadal is at now, because we didn't really know how much space they would need at the time. And the girls, actually, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. The boys went in this enclosure, the girls went in the other enclosure. And it was around Christmas time, so we decorated their enclosures with Christmas trees and stuffed animals and wrapped boxes and presents. And the girls, when they got out, they kind of were really hesitant and tentative and weren't real sure about the grass. I don't know if they'd ever been on grass before, so it was kind of different and new. They were, you know, exploring a little bit more, were a little more nervous of things. The boys, though, when they got in their enclosure, it was like two wrecking balls. They just tore through everything and they just played and played and played, and it was adorable. They're pretty affectionate. And they used to be really affectionate with each other, but because they were so young when they got here, they had not hit maturity yet. So when they did start hitting puberty, they started getting a little aggressive with one another. So that is when we made the decision to have them neutered. We don't always neuter or spay the animals here, only if they're living or going to live with animals of the opposite sex, so they can't breed. But if they're in a same-sex group, then we don't always neuter or spay. Sometimes we do. It just depends on the situation. But with them, we decided to go ahead and neuter and see how they acted with one another after we did that. I don't know if you guys can see this, but his eye is kind of open, but his eye is like rolled into the back of his head. And now you can't really see it. So yeah, so we had them neutered. Let's go over and say hi to brother. And separated them. So we moved Naya and Shanti to a bigger enclosure, and then separated these boys so they each got their own enclosure, but they have a shared space so that we could kind of test out how things were going to go in terms of one of them can go into this space and be right next to the other. Hey, sleepyhead. Hi. You probably can't see him very well. That's Nadal. Hi. Oh, are you whiny too? Are you whiny too, just like your brother? Yeah. So, as I was saying, he got up and came out, so I thought I'd move. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Are we so whiny? Yeah. So, I don't even know where I was. So, we neutered them. We put them next to each other. Wanted to test the waters and see how things go before we decided to put them back in together. And to be honest, they didn't show a whole lot of interest in going back in together. They seemed perfectly content. I know those flies are awful. They're so terrible. They're so terrible. Yeah, they're biting you. They're biting the baby boy. That's not very nice. So yeah, they seem to be doing better as neighbors than roommates. But I have to say, these boys are two of my favorites. They are just so fun. Well, I guess I should follow him maybe. They're so fun. They're so playful and energetic and talkative and affectionate. And they're super goofy. And I do want to show you guys something. So this is one of their balls. Now these balls, they're called safari balls or boomer balls. They are made specifically for big cats and elephants and polar bears and all these big tough animals. And they're supposed to be indestructible, and I will tell you they are not indestructible. And they make some pretty impressive, I don't know how easy it is to see with the shadow of the fence, but they make some pretty interesting artwork on these balls. All those slashes and marks, those are made by claws and teeth, and that is incredibly hard plastic and quite thick, and they can put a hole in it. But yeah, pretty amazing. They're pretty powerful animals, even if they act super affectionate and squishy. Squishy is what we call when they are being very loving, kind of acting cuddly, even though we're not going to cuddle with them. We call that being squishy. But you in your cave. He went in his cave. So we will wrap up with Nadal over here. The sun is right in my eyes, so I have no idea what I'm showing you. It could be a pole for all I know. Oh, look at these handsome devils. So these two are two male lions. They're about 6 years old. They're brothers. Zubiri is on the left and Raleigh is on the right, and they are pretty special boys. I know I say that about all the cats, they're all special, and it's true, they are. I think someone commented on one of the videos that I'm basically like every single cat, we love them the most, and that is true. We love them all the most. But these two have a really amazing story because they kind of had a rough start to things. When these guys were about 5 months old, they were started having some mobility issues. Raleigh started limping, and then Zubiri had an incident where he couldn't stand up and walk. And very long story short, we took them down to Texas A&M University, and they were diagnosed with a condition called wobbler syndrome. And wobblers is common in animals that grow very fast and very large. So horses, large breed dogs, they were given a very poor prognosis by the A&M team. They actually recommended that we go ahead and euthanize them because they wouldn't have a good quality of life. But we have certainly dealt with animals from all kinds of situations and with all kinds of conditions, and we don't like to give up so quick. So our executive director and founder Heidi brought them back home, and we started treating them very aggressively in many different ways. So they got vitamin supplements, large quantities. They got vitamin A, vitamin D, calcium. They were young enough at the time and practically immobile at the time, so they got massages. They also got treatments with a device called the Assisi Loop. It is like an electromagnetic pulse that you put on joints in areas that are inflamed and painful, and it helps reduce inflammation and pain. So every time that they would take a nap, they'd get one of those on their hips and shoulders and backs. And they also had the sunroom built for them. If you remember Raven, back a couple segments ago, the 23-year-old black leopard, that room was built for these two. And it was built the way that it was as a sunroom, with as many windows as possible, so that they could get the natural vitamin D from the sun, so that we could open up windows and allow fresh air to get in. We lined the floors with mattresses so that they could move around and not be on cold, hard floors and hurt themselves. It was climate controlled, and they also got a TV because, again, for a while they weren't, neither one of them was really able to stand up on their own and walk. And so, you know, 5-month-old lions are cubs. They play and they run and they wrestle and they have all this energy, and they couldn't do anything. All they could do was basically lay there as they were getting better, and so they were very bored. And cartoons helped alleviate that boredom a little bit. They were fascinated by cartoons. It's the colors and the movements and the sounds. They just were captivated by it and would actually sit in front of the TV and watch cartoons. So after a couple months of very aggressive therapy, they were both up, not just walking, but running and playing. And truly, after a couple months, you would never know that anything had ever been wrong. However, Wobblers doesn't just go away. It doesn't just disappear. So they will always have this condition, and we have to do things that make life a little easier for them and really protect them from regressing. So one of the things that we've done in their enclosure, you will see there is nothing really tall for them to climb up on, and that is by design so that they don't go up really high and then jump off, and all that weight and pressure, if they were to jump off, could hurt their backs. They also, behind them, the downstairs is their indoor area, and I will show that to you guys in a little bit, but they do have an indoor area that can be climate controlled, so they go in there when it's really hot or when it's really cold. But I mean, truly, they haven't had any real issues since they were really young. So we're very, very fortunate that they boys, be nice. Okay, well, you're gonna get a little Wild Kingdom reality here. Good segue. Good job, Raw. Actually, that really is a good segue into what I was going to talk about next. So one of the questions that we get a lot is if these brothers are going to stay together for the rest of their lives. Sorry, got dust in my throat. The answer is yes, they will. I had to come get a drink of water because it's super windy today and I have about a pound of dirt and grass in my throat. And these boys got hot and wanted to come inside. So I will try to pick up where I left off. I was going to tell you about lion prides and males' role in the pride. So this is how a pride works. Typically, there are 1 to 3 males that are at the lead of the pride. A lot of times they are related, they're brothers. Sometimes they're not, but most of the time, if there are multiple males, it is a group of brothers. And the rest of the pride are females who are all related to each other, and they're cubs. When cubs are born, they stay with their family, and then male cubs are kicked out. So the dominant males of the pride will kick out younger males when they hit around puberty. They then become nomads for the next couple of years until they are fully mature. Then their single goal in life is to take over or form a pride of their own. Now, a lot of times, if brothers are kicked out of a pride together, they will stay together, and they will stay together as they take over another pride or start their own pride. Single males will sometimes join up with other single males when they're nomads and form what's called a coalition, and then take over another pride because there's power in numbers. When they take over another pride, they are kicking the current male or males out. Sometimes that just means running them off. Sometimes that means killing them. And that is one reason why male lions don't tend to live as long as females in the wild. Male lions only live to about 8 or 10 years in the wild, where females live a little bit longer. They both, in captivity, can live into their early 20s. So a male lion's mane is a pretty amazing thing. So a mane is actually caused by the hormone testosterone. And the more testosterone that is being produced, the bigger and darker the mane. That is a signal to other males of dominance, but it is also attractive to females. So females will be a little bit more attracted to the males with the larger, darker mane. So if you guys took notice of Zubiri's here, Arali's over there, Arali has the bigger, darker mane, and he is the dominant one in the pair. What you saw earlier, that little quarrel that they had, that was not mating, that was dominance. That was Arali telling his brother that he is the boss, still is the boss, and will always be the boss. Although Zubiri challenges him sometimes. Zubiri doesn't always take that. And Zubiri will give it right back to him sometimes too. But that mane, it serves that purpose of, a signal of dominance and testosterone levels. It also helps protect their neck a little bit, so if they do get in fights with other males, it serves as a little bit of cushioning to protect their, weak spot, their neck, one of their weak spots. Now, if you neuter or castrate a male lion and remove the testes, which is where testosterone is produced, their manes will fall out. So because Arali and Zubiri just live alone, just the two of them, and we have no intention on ever putting them with a female, there's no reason to fix them. But in the past, when we've had males and females living together, then what we typically do is give the male a vasectomy instead of castrating him. And that way, he still produces testosterone and he keeps his mane. Because animal behaviorists have actually seen male lions that have been fixed and lose their manes exhibit depression. I mean, if you think about it, they rely on that big, massive hair to show dominance, to attract females, to protect themselves in fights. So it's a pretty big part of who they are. But the mane also has a downside. Well, I don't know if they would call it a downside, but a lot of people talk about how lazy lions are. And lions, listen, they can sleep 23 hours a day. They are master nappers. All cats conserve energy as much as they can because they expend so much energy when they're hunting. So they're gonna sleep and rest and not do anything as much as they possibly can. But male lions especially have gotten kind of a bad rap for being extra lazy because not always, but typically the females in the pride do the hunting. Now, they're smaller and sleeker, which makes them, it's easier for them to hide in tall grass. These guys have this big, huge mane, which makes them a little conspicuous. So they're not as stealthy as females are. Females work in a team. They're a little bit faster than males are because males are generally larger. Although if they are hunting a really, really large animal, a lot of the time the male will jump in there to really lend his strength and his weight. But generally the females do the hunting, but the males have a really important job, and that's to protect their pride, their family. They protect their females and their cubs, and that's what they do. So I guess since we're in here, I'll tell you a little bit about this room. So I showed you when we were outside the building that housed their indoor area. So half of this downstairs area is their indoor area. And they have a door they can come in, they can come and go whenever they want. It's climate controlled in here. If the weather gets really bad, if it's really severe heat or really severe cold, we will lock them in here. And again, that's due to their wobblers. Really hot temperatures, really cold temperatures can affect them a little bit more than it would other cats. So they're protected in here. If something were to ever happen to them, if they needed to be monitored, this is an easier way for us to do it, that they have access to this area. They also have cartoons. They have not grown out of cartoons. They are big, young men in their prime, fully adults, but they still watch cartoons. More importantly, we get music on this TV as well, and music has proved to be really a really good tool that we can use. Zubiri specifically, when we have to put them in here and lock them in here, when we have to go and clean their enclosure, he doesn't mind being in here. He comes in here on his own, but he doesn't like that gate shutting behind him. He doesn't like to know that he's locked in here. So when we have to lock them in here to clean, we turn on his favorite music and it calms him down. Took a little while to figure out what his favorite kind was, but it turns out that this guy likes New Age. That's his favorite music. Believe it or not, we have used music as a therapy for several other animals, and they all have their likes and dislikes. We had one white tiger that was a big fan of classical. We had another white tiger that hated classical, would actually get very stressed and agitated when certain kinds of classical were on. He had another favorite kind of music, and I can't remember what it is now, but it was really weird and obscure, but it worked. It calmed him down and it provided him some comfort. But things like that, you know, we're not afraid to use some unusual methods to benefit the animals. As long as it benefits them and doesn't hurt them, then, you know, we'll try just about anything. We've tried CBD oil when, you know, a ways back we talked about Zara, and Zara came here with a broken leg,
and she had to be confined so that her leg would heal. And she was so full of energy and so hyper that we were really afraid that she was going to hurt herself and her broken leg would never heal. So we gave her CBD oil, and it really worked on her. Music, like I've talked about, aromatherapy, we've used that. The sissy loops that we used on these guys when they were younger, of course, it'd be a lot harder to do that now. And then, of course, the cartoons and movies. If you want, if you're curious, I will not tell the story now because it's a long story, but it's a great story. So we had a snow leopard for years here. He passed away years ago. He was 14, and he had very bad respiratory issues. Not uncommon with snow leopards in warm climates. A movie, an animated movie called How to Train Your Dragon, played a very important role in Arctic's life and therefore our lives. It really, truly, no joke, actually saved his life several times. If you want to hear more about that, then you can go to our website and we have information on there that you can learn about Arctic and how to train your dragon. It's quite amazing. It was a very interesting thing. But yeah, the cartoons actually really work with them. Something about cartoons that they are very interested in, and it calms them. So anyway, this is the indoor area, and we've also got bathroom, a food prep area. We've got some beds in case volunteers ever need to come and stay the night. So this is our volunteer area, Raleigh and Zubiri's house. Do you guys want to say goodbye before I leave? Huh? Zoobs? Zuby? Nope. Not doing anything. Ra? You want to say bye? Ra? Ra? No. Okay. It's nice and cool on that concrete. All right, I'll see you guys in a second.
This is our last stop for today. This is the balcony of our Safari Suites. So we have 2 rooms up here that people can rent out and stay in. Of course, we're not doing that right now. We're not allowing anybody to stay here while care is closed due to the coronavirus, but these are pretty amazing. It's a pretty neat deal. You have windows in there that look out over Raleigh and Zubiri, and then you can have breakfast up here, and you can look out over the beautiful countryside. And there's the lemurs enclosure over there. Our mountain lion, Lakai, that's his enclosure. This is Sydney and Ross's enclosure. You'll meet them, all of those guys, next time. And then there's our new enclosures that we're building. I will also tell you about that next time. But if you want to learn more about the Safari Suites and think about maybe coming and staying when things go back to whatever normal we will have, then you can find information on the website. I am not going to show you the inside right now because, full disclosure, we have solely been trying to take care of the cats during this time, and since we're not having people stay here, we have not been keeping up with, like, making sure that the rooms are kept up and cleaned and fixed up properly, so they look like a mess right now. There's blankets and pillows everywhere, and it's just not cute. Don't judge us. We've got our hands full, but there's some very nice pictures of what they normally look like on our website. So check it out if you're interested, but that is going to be it for today. Yeah, this was second to last one, so next time will be our very last segment of our virtual tour. We thank you for joining us and coming along this far. As always, check out our website for more information. Follow us on social media to make sure you're staying up with all the updates. And please stay safe, stay healthy, take care of yourselves, take care of others, and we'll see you next time. Bye. Welcome back, guys. This is it. This is our last one. And we're gonna start with Miss Rasa here, who just got into her pool. It's been a warm day. She wants to cool off. You guys noticed she got in backwards. So a lot of the tigers, tigers love water. They're excellent swimmers. They especially like getting into water when it's hot out. It cools them off. And you'll see Bengal tigers or Sumatran tigers that, you know, a lot of them live in more southern climates, hotter climates. They will do the same thing. They'll get into shallow areas of rivers and ponds, and they'll get in backwards. So the theory, and there's Sid, there's Sydney. So Sydney and Ross are two girls, two older girls. Hi, Sid. Hi, sweetie. But they'll get in backwards. So the theory on why they do that, I do not know if this is true for certain, but it makes sense. This is what I've heard from field biologists, is that they get in backwards so that maybe it's a little easier to get out quickly. So if they sense danger, they see a threat, and she is so cute. She's just resting her head in between her paws and drinking water. But it's so that they can get out of the water very quickly. They're not totally submerged. That's the theory. But regardless, most of our tigers, they don't like getting their front feet wet. They always keep their front feet on the side of their pool. Sydney's being adorable. Man, this is perfect timing because these two ladies were snoozing all day long. They're 17 years old, so they're slowing down. When it's hot out, they're not getting up for anything. But it's cooling off a little bit. Nice breeze. And Sydney's just gonna look pretty. But Sydney and Rasa, they, years and years and years ago, they lived with a lioness named Layla. You can learn about Layla on our website. She's no longer with us, but she was a gigantic female lioness, and she grew up with Rasa and Sydney. She eventually moved out to join one of our male lions. And Rasa and Sydney actually were quite happy with that arrangement. They got along for the most part, but lions and tigers really kind of have different rules. And Layla did not play by Rasa and Sydney's rules very well. But one thing that makes Rasa really stand out, really distinctive, it's a little hard to see this far away, but she has a bit of an Elvis lip. So her left top of her lip kind of goes up a little bit, and that's because it gets hung on her bottom tooth, which grew in sideways, and she had to have her top eye tooth removed. She was born with very bad teeth. They did not grow in right. So she had a lot of dental work done when she was younger. That made it easier for her to eat and everything. And she's fine now, but she always has that little, looks like a little snarl maybe, but she's actually a really sweet girl. Very playful. Even in her older age, she's very spunky, very playful. Sydney is more of the dominant one, but she also can be incredibly sweet. But I'm going to tell you guys about the new enclosures that we're building in a second, but these two are actually going to go back where Boomer and Slade are now. They do not need all this space because they're getting older and slower. They're not as active as they used to be. Hi, Ross. So they just don't need a space this big. But we have cats, younger cats that do. So that's part of the big switcheroo we're gonna be doing, the big cat shuffle. But that's it for Sydney and Rossa. So I guess I'm gonna go over here and tell you about this, the new enclosures that we're building. So we mentioned with Slade and Boomer and Ezra that Slade and Boomer particularly needed bigger, stronger enclosures because they are just big, tough guys. And Ezra, being Slade's best friend, is probably going to move with them so they aren't have to be separated. So these are the new enclosures that we're building. These are 3 separate enclosures with a common area, but this common area is for people. So you come in here, and usually when we do tours, okay, it's going to slam. So when we do tours, by the time you get down to this lower part of the compound, in the summertime particularly, it can be quite hot and people get very tired. And so this is the perfect place for people to take a little break. So it's shaded. We'll have those picnic tables in here, some more seating in here, a water area, and people can take a little rest and cool off. And while they're doing it, outside of these bars, the next bars will be the fence for the enclosures. And so I believe we're planning on putting pools in here underneath this area to keep the pools cool for the cats. And so they'll be able to come here and get some shade too. So this all is one enclosure, and this middle section is all in one enclosure, and then this ed section is all one enclosure. So this one is, let's see, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, about 55. Yeah, 50, 55 feet by 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 by 100. So it's a pretty good size space. And then around the outside, there will be their lockdown enclosures, and those will be shaded as well on the top and the sides. So they will have extra shade. And then we need to get their housing, like I said, the pools, platforms. We are working on this as we're raising funds. So we actually started this before we ever started a fundraiser. We started a fundraiser to raise about $45,000. Now the enclosure actually costs a lot more than that, but we were lucky enough to get a lot of materials donated. So the remainder was about $4,500, and that will include all the pools and structures that will go in here as well. But we've been kind of spending the money as we raise it. We're about $8,000 short of our goal, that we didn't stop fundraising, but we stopped really promoting it when the coronavirus crisis started, just because we know a lot of people are in a really difficult spot. We still need to raise the funds, but we also had a lot of rain, so there was only so much we could do for a while. So we kind of slowed things down just to give us a chance to get caught up with the building, give other people, our donors, our supporters, a chance to figure out, you know, how everything's going to impact them.
economically, but we still have that last 8,000 to go, and we're going to need that to finish this off. But we've come a long way. We've got to paint still, have to stretch fence around the sides, and then put in the structures. But some of those structures may have to wait, because right now some of the companies, the businesses that we would get them from, like the pools, are closed. We can't get them right now because of everything going on. So at least initially we may just have to put in metal tubs that we use in a lot of the enclosures, but eventually we really want more of an in-ground pool type situation. So anyway, that's the new enclosures. So we're really excited to get this finished and move Boomer and Slade and Ezra over. We think that they'll really enjoy it, and then Sydney and Rosso can move up to the front, and some other cats can move down here that need the space. And like I said, big cat shuffle. So that's what we're doing. But if you're interested in donating, like I said, we are still raising money. The fundraiser is still open. We have the link to donate, and all the information, including the building plans and costs and everything, linked on our website, so you can find more information there. But let's go meet some lemurs. These are lemurs. So we have two groups, or troops as they're called, of ring-tailed lemurs. Lemurs are pretty cool. They're primates, but they're not monkeys, and they're not apes. They're an older, lower form of primate. And there's somewhere around 100 different kinds of species of lemur. The ring-tailed lemur being one of the most recognizable, one of the biggest, and the one that you most often see in captivity. But yeah, there's many different kinds, and some of them are really tiny, and a few of them are bigger than these guys. But the cool thing about all those different kinds of lemurs is that they all only live in one place in the entire world. And I bet some of you can guess where that place is. But if you can't, it's Madagascar, an island off the coast of Africa. So it's just amazing that this one island supports such diversity in a group of primates. But the ring-tailed lemurs, of course, they are so well known because of that distinctive ringed tail. And I'll tell you how we got our ring-tailed lemurs, because it is a bit of an interesting story. So these guys came from a breeding facility, and they were bred to go to a zoo. And this is common practice, and a lot of times when animals are being transferred from one facility to another, whether that's zoo to zoo or breeding facility to zoo, they hire a broker that handles the transportation and all of the legalities that come with transporting animals from state to state or from country to country. And there's a lot of rules and regulations that go around that, especially with animals like lemurs, because they are endangered. So this broker was hired to take these lemurs from here in the United States to South America. And once he had custody of them, he was told that the zoo was no longer going to take them. So he was now stuck with a group of lemurs. And I don't remember how he found out about us, but he contacted Heidi and asked if we would be willing to take in some lemurs. And so we talked about it, and we like, how hard could it be? They're cute little primates.
And, you know, we did some research and we raised some money to build their enclosure, and we said, yeah, we'll take them. So we got them, and they came late in winter, and we didn't know that the females, Rita, Ruth, and Akisa, were pregnant. So come early spring, our girls had babies. It was a bit of a shock. We had neutered the male Mort when he got here. It was interesting. Weren't expecting that. So lemur groups, ring-tailed lemur troops, are female dominant. There is always a female that is at the top of the totem pole. And our dominant female was Akisa. Well, right after all the babies were born, all of a sudden they all started fighting. And all of a sudden Rita became the dominant female. And then they continued to fight and fight even worse. And Ruth, who had been, and I know all these names mean nothing to you, but stick with me. It's like, you know, the lemur soap opera. So Ruth, who had been the least dominant, the most submissive when they got here, basically tried to kick Rita out of the troop, which they would do in the wild. But if a member gets kicked out of a troop in the wild, that's Ruth over there, by the way. She, her nickname was Head Spinner when she first got here, because she has something, some kind of tick that causes her to do a crazy little head flourish all the time. A lot of them will do it when they're particularly stressed or aggressive, but she does it all the time and has since she got here. It's actually gotten better over the years. But so anyway, so in the wild, if a member got kicked out, they would go somewhere else. But in a captive setting, they can't go anywhere else. Where are they going to go? So the fighting just got worse and worse and worse until Rita got hurt. And so we removed Rita from the group. We also put Mort with her so that she would have some company, because lemurs are incredibly social creatures. They need other lemurs. And we put them in a second enclosure together. And then as the babies were growing up, one of the babies, the oldest of the babies that were born, she started exerting some dominance, and Ruth was having none of that. So Ruth started fighting with her. So we took her out as well, and her name is Miss Stewart. So over here, just so you know, we have Ruth, her daughter Stella, and two boys, Jaker and Roscoe. They are twins. And Akisa. And then over here, yeah, we're not talking about you yet. Over here, I think they're all, oh no, they're not inside. They're all over here. Over here, so we've got this second part of the enclosure, little tunnel, and then, hi. Whoa, almost fell down. There's Mort. And that's Miss Stewart. And I don't know where Rita is. But anyway, of course it's getting super windy again. So we built a new enclosure for those three. Then came along that little one. Come here. Come here. Momo. Mo. This is Momo. Jeremy's gonna kill me, I think. Leave me alone. Yeah, Momo, you tell them. So anyway, Momo was not a part of the original troop or the babies that were born here. we actually had someone arrive with her when she was teeny tiny. She weighed 97 grams when she got here. She was extremely malnourished, very dehydrated, had lost most of her fur. They had bought her as a pet, and she wasn't eating. And they'd tried taking her to the vet, and they'd tried different things, and it just wasn't working. And honestly, by the time that she got here, she was, she was in pretty bad shape. And we truthfully did not think that she was going to make it through the day, let alone the week. But we agreed to do what we could for her, and we got her to eat, and we got her to start gaining weight. And now we were presented with a huge problem, because lemurs that are hand raised by people almost always become aggressive, very aggressive. Aggressive to people, aggressive to other lemurs. And like I said earlier, lemurs need other lemurs. They are very social. They learn from each other, just like humans learn from each other. And we did not want this little lemur to grow up by herself. So we were presented with the issue of how do we introduce her to our existing lemurs, because they are very tightly knit family groups, and it is almost unheard of, at least with the people that we spoke to, and we spoke to a lot of people, and a lot of people that are experts on lemurs. It is almost unheard of for an existing family group to adopt an outside member. Jeremy. So, but we had to give it a try. We really had to give it a try. And a gentleman that I spoke to that had been working with lemurs for 40 or 50 years, he was the only one that had even a glimmer of hope. But he told me, you know, you're going to be approaching this like a science experiment, because there is no tried and true method to make this work, but maybe you'll figure out something that does work. And so we started bringing Momo down here to meet the other lemurs. We held her and we watched how the other lemurs responded to her. We showed her to the other group, and we showed her to this group. The other group largely was uninterested, if not a tad bit aggressive. This group, though, was very curious, and particularly Rita. And there's Rita over there. Sitting on the left, that's Rita. Rita had the twins, Jaker and Roscoe. And she was super, excuse me, ma'am. She was super mom. She was an excellent mother. And when she saw Momo, she wanted that baby. Bad. She wanted us to give her that baby so that she could take care of it. So we kept that up for a while, just keep coming down here for longer periods of time. And then we took Rita and moved her up to the sunroom. The sunroom is where Momo was, that was her nursery. So she was in there being taken care of. We moved Rita up there and introduced the two, and it was painstaking and terrifying and beautiful. It was terrifying because at any moment Rita could have killed her. There's only so much that we could protect her until it was time to find out if Rita was going to accept her or not. And this truly was the best chance of Momo having any quality of life. Rita adopted her completely, and then we let them bond for a while, and then we brought Mort and Miss Stewart up, and they accepted Momo too. There were many tears of joy during those introductions. So then we let the whole family bond for a couple days inside while we kept a close eye on them. One of the things that we were most concerned about was Momo eating, because of course Rita was not lactating. May I help you? And Momo was so little and so weak that she had a difficult time eating on her own. So we wanted to make sure that she could eat on her own before bringing her back out with the rest of the group. But eventually she was, after, this is the amazing part, after watching them for a couple of days, she started eating on her own, just by watching them. So we felt she was strong enough, she had bonded enough with the group, it was time for her to come out here, and out here is where she's been ever since, with her family, with her adopted family. Yeah. But she's nutty. She is hyper. She's definitely different. She's definitely different than the others. She has a different behaviors, different mentality, and a lot of that, again, is from being raised by people. But we could not be any happier to have Momo here, because she brings so much laughter and joy to our lives, and she is really a miracle baby. Truly, her story is without a doubt one of the most amazing things that has ever happened to CARE, especially after so many people told us that there was no chance. So again, we have the full story on our YouTube channel and on our website. If you are curious to know more, you can even watch the introductions. We filmed it. They're very tense, but also, like I mentioned, very beautiful. Really beautiful moments. Right, Momo? Momo! Moo! Yeah! It is super windy over here, so I hope you all can hear me. Well, this is it, guys. This is our very last cat, our very last animal. And this handsome fella that is literally turning his back to me. Isn't that appropriate? This is Lakai the mountain lion. And I'll tell you why that's so appropriate. We have an adoption and sponsorship program here. It's so windy. And it allows you to symbolically adopt or sponsor an animal, which means basically you donate every month towards their care. And Lakai here is my adopted kid. No respect. No respect. I'm grateful. So ungrateful. All right. So Lakai moved to his little platform here. And he's having a major grooming session. So hopefully he'll stay put for a little bit. And there's just no good angle right here to get him, and he just refuses to look at me. So thanks for the help, buddy. But anyway, so let's talk about Lakai. Lakai actually came here with another mountain lion, a mountain lion named Apollo. Apollo was just giant, very big boy, much bigger than Lakai here, and Lakai is not small. They came to us from the Dallas Zoo. The zoo had a set of enclosures called Cat Row, where they had 3 sets of indigenous species, cougars, bobcats, and I believe ocelots. And these enclosures had been originally built in the 20s or 30s and just weren't up to zoo standards anymore, to the Dallas Zoo standards. And so they wanted to get rid of those enclosures and retire the animals that lived in them. So they looked at a lot of different facilities and eventually asked us if we would be open to taking in Apollo and Lakai, and we were happy to do so. We raised about $50,000 and built a very nice enclosure that has tons of ramps and platforms. It's got this middle section where we can come and hang out. It's got all kinds of stuff, a pool. It's got a top section above here where they can go. They can go underneath. They have some housing underneath. It's pretty cool enclosure for them. But we got them a couple years ago, and since then, not too long ago, within the last year, Apollo suddenly passed away. And it was very unexpected. We had not seen any signs that something was wrong, but he had very sudden catastrophic heart failure. He was fine one night, and the next morning he was gone. And it was a shock and very difficult and very saddening. And we know that their former caretakers at the zoo were very heartbroken. We were heartbroken, and we were really worried about Lakai because the two were very close. They had both been born in the wild, actually, and they're two of the few cats here that actually were born in the wild. The only other cats here that are not captive born are the bobcats, Max, Mia, and Bobby. And Apollo and Lakai were both born in Canada, in different parts of Canada. Both of them had been orphaned. And if you can see right here, when Lakai was found, when he was a baby, he had lost part of his ear, his right ear, to frostbite. But they were both orphaned. I believe they were both found when they were under 3 months old or around 3 months old. They were both taken in by facilities in Canada, rescues, and then when they were still under a year old, I believe they were transferred to the Dallas Zoo, and they spent the next 7 years at the Dallas Zoo. Been here a couple of years now. Again, we were really afraid for Lakai, losing Apollo, because they'd been together for so long, since they were so young. Apollo seemed to rely on Lakai more than Lakai relied on Apollo, though. Apollo, even though he was bigger, he was the bigger scaredy cat as well, just a little bit more nervous, more shy, spooked a little easier than Lakai. So maybe that worked in Lakai's favor, that he was already a little bit more independent than Apollo was. But when they first got here, they were, of course, scared when they first got here. They didn't know where they were, but they were cuddled up together and took care of each other for the first couple days. We started noticing in the morning there would be footprints all over their enclosure, so we knew that they were getting up and going out and exploring. And pretty quickly, I mean, in a matter of a couple weeks, they seemed right at home. But he's got massive front paws and teeny back paws in comparison. But he's pretty awesome. he's gorgeous. But he's a pretty chill guy. He is nothing like Cassie. You know, Cassie, who needs everybody's attention at all times and has never met somebody that she doesn't like. He's not like that. He's a lot more reserved. He's not, certainly not as needy as she is. Again, enjoys his alone time, but you know, he enjoys visitors too. From time to time, he'll let us know if he's in the mood or not. He'll give us a nice hiss if it is not visitor time. Otherwise, I mean, he can get really friendly too. He'll come up to the fence and rub and be all cute. He can be really playful, but he's a cool guy. That's it, guys. That wraps it up. Just kidding. That wasn't it. One last stop. I got several complaints on the segment that we did with Ezra that we didn't get the full Ezra experience because he was eating a bone. And would I please show him again? Ez! He is a good boy. Ez! Ezzy! Alright, so this really is it. This is the end. No more. This is all. We're leaving. We're going. We're not doing any more. Thank you for joining us. We hope you enjoyed it. Make sure you follow us on social so you can stay up to date on everything that's going on here at CARE. And we hope that this lifted your spirits and that you learned something new. And please take care of yourself and take care of others. And hopefully, when we reopen, you can come out and visit and see the cats for yourself.